This is an Asian Development Bank Institute virtual conference on water resource management for achieving food security in Asia under climate change. As you know, water has been an important issue, and it's more important under the climate change scenario, and which has severe implications on the food security. So that's the reason why this conference was selected by Asian Development Bank Institute, and the paper presented here will be further published as a journal paper with International Journal of Water and Resource Management. I'd like to invite Dean Sonobe to give his welcome remarks. Dean Sonobe is the CEO and the Dean of Asian Development Bank Institute, the Tokyo-based think tank of ADB that promotes the realizations of a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific through policy research and capacity building. Dean Sonobe obtained his PhD in economics from Yale University and BA in economics from University of Tokyo. His research interests are centered on empirics of economic development, particularly the role of industrial clusters, human capital, social capital, management practices, and market competitions in industrial development in developing Asia and other regions. Before joining ADBI in April 2020, Dean Sonobe served for 6 years as the Vice President of National Graduate Institute for Public Policy, GRIPS, in Tokyo, and taught economics for 30 years at Tokyo Metropolitan University and GRIPS. Dean Sonobe is the recipient of Nikkei Book Publications Prize and Mayushi Ohira Memorial Prize, and a founding board of Japanese Association for Development Economics. Dean Sonobe, floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear. Good morning, everyone from Tokyo. It's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to this very important, exciting conference on water resource management in agriculture for achieving food and water security in Asia under climate change. So water and food security is a crucial issue globally, and it's going to be even more visibly related to climate change, increasing population and competing demands for water resources. According to the Asian Development Bank, 80% of water resources are used for agriculture, irrigation in Asia and the Pacific. Water scarcity due to climate change and increasing demand for water from other economic sectors threatens the agricultural capacity of the world to ensure food security, unless water management in agriculture is sufficiently improved. Optimizing water allocation in agriculture may be possible if the pricing of water is appropriate, if market mechanism functions relatively well, if better irrigation technology, better practices, and better environmental regulations are adopted. All these conditions have to be met. Optimizing water allocation would also require other considerations, such as considerations of the social behavior of farming communities, their economic constraints, and the legal and institutional frameworks that surround them. Unfortunately, we are still in the dark about the relationship between water and agriculture and the ongoing climate change for sustainable development. ADB Institute seeks to understand what policy would guide farmers' water management toward food and water security in Asia under climate change. This conference will present and discuss original unpublished papers that enrich our understanding and address institutional, socioeconomic, and financial hindrances to the sustainable development of agricultural sectors and water resource management. The conference will also provide insights into appropriate policy instruments and systematically reconsider water management technologies and policy in agriculture. This conference will further provide an opportunity to deepen our understanding about water resource management challenges and their impacts on food security under climate change. We'll also explore alternative water management practices relevant to water scarce and water abundant agricultural settings. The role of agricultural technologies in enhancing water use efficiency in agriculture and the potential for upscaling water-saving technologies. ADBI's call for papers received more than 30 papers from several countries around the globe. The organizers selected only 13 papers and invited their authors to make presentation at this conference. I hope the presenters will receive valuable feedback from discussants and other participants that will improve the quality of the papers. I also hope that all participants can benefit from the knowledge exchange at the conference. I'd like to express my appreciation to the organizing team. They worked relentlessly for this event and the special issues with one of the great international journal of water resource development. These organizing teams include Dil Rahat, Jitendra Aryal, Paharos Chai, Raja Tigrusina, Mami Nomoto, Mami Yoshida, who are all from ADBI, and Professor Wangri Ma of Lincoln University. Thank you very much. We'd also thank our chair, Thomas Panella, Director, Environment, Natural Resource and Agriculture Division, East Asia Department of the Asian Development Bank. Thank you very much. Netra N, Executive Director, Cambodia Development Resource Institute, Cambodia. Thank you. Chen Fan Liu, Associate Dean, School of Advanced Agricultural Sciences, Peking University, People's Republic of China. Thank you, Chen Fan. Glad to see you again. I'd like to conclude by thanking our keynote speaker, Tihomi Ansef, Associate Professor, School of Economics, University of Sydney, Australia. Thank you, Tiho. And enjoy your conference. So let's have a great discussion. Thank you very much. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Dean, for your kind remarks. I'd like to move forward and introduce our keynote speaker. As Dean Sonobe pointed out, our keynote speaker is Professor Theo Ansef. Professor Theo Ansef is the Associate Professor, School of Economics, the University of Sydney. Theo Ansef, he is an applied economist with expertise in agriculture, environment, natural resource, and energy economics. Theo has published widely on these topics in leading international peer-reviewed journals. He has led and participated in numerous national and international research projects in the area of his research interests, including water economics. And as you know, Theo is currently the managing editor-in-chief of one of the most highly renowned journal, the Australian Journal of Agriculture and Resource Economics. We are delighted to have you, Professor Theo. Now the floor is yours for the keynote.
Thanks very much, Gil, and thanks to the ADBI for the invite. It's greatly appreciated, and as it was mentioned very articulately by the previous speaker, this conference is really important, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions that we are going to have. And I'm really privileged and feel very humbled to be able to open up the conference with some introductory remarks that I want to make on the economics of water governance in the face of climate change. And I'll try to sort of reiterate the importance of how we approach governance of water and how is that even more important than it has ever been before because of the climate change. So I hope that's going to sort of stimulate further discussion. And from the agenda that I saw, it kind of aligns with many of the papers that will follow suit. So let me start by basically looking at this picture. This is what we are starting to see already. And the conditions in Australia this year and the last few years are testimony to this. Only 3 short years ago, we were experiencing massive bushfires in Australia, very dry conditions. And this year, we are experiencing big floods where some towns are wiped out completely off the face of the earth, and there is enormous damage. So we are going to be increasingly seeing if you like, a bipolar world where we'll have people that live under flood conditions, the number of people living under flood conditions increasing over time, and at the same time, people living in severely water scarce areas will be increasing over time. So we are, because of climate change, we are going to be seeing a large increase in the incidence of the extreme events, and that will be the new reality. And as I said, in Australia, we've already started to live through that, and I'm sure that's the case in many other parts of the world. So what is going on? Well, basically, the temperature and rainfall patterns are changing. They're related to each other, obviously. But one major issue with that is going to be that the incidence and severity of extremes, i.e. droughts and floods, when it comes to water, is going to increase. So we are going to be seeing less of what we would call normal conditions based on historical climate, and more of what we would call extreme climatic conditions, such as droughts and floods. And they will be increasing in frequency. So you will be seeing more droughts. Out of every 10 years, there will be more droughts than normally, and more floods than normally. But equally, we'll be seeing an increased severity of those extremes. So when the floods are coming, there will be more severe floods. I'll just give another example from Australia this year. This year in Sydney, where I live, we already hit nearly 2.5 meters of rainfall up until this date of the year. So we still have 2.5 months to go, and we've already exceeded the average by 2.5%. 2.5 times, 250%. Right? So the severity of floods is going to increase, and equally severity of droughts. When we hit last drought back in 2019, nearly half of New South Wales was burning, that state where I'm in. If you were in Sydney, you would see ash coming from the sky. So it looked very apocalyptic. Again, we had droughts before, but the severity of these droughts is going to be much more dramatic. And we need to be aware of that and try to do something about it. The second point is that despite these floods, for instance, we have floods, yes, in droughts, but overall, on average, the projections are that there will be overall decline in availability of surface water for irrigation, certainly in arid and semi-arid areas, very likely in temperate areas, and even in some wet climates due to change flow conditions of big rivers, change flood patterns and things like that, we will start seeing that people will not be able to access water for irrigation in the same way that they used to. So, for instance, I've done some studies in the Mekong Delta in Vietnam, and there are already evidence there of scarcity of water for irrigation, even though you know, the Mekong Delta is a very can be very wet climate. Okay. The third point is that in addition to overall decline in surface water availability, we are going to have increase in variability. So in some years, this year, for instance, here in Australia, we have plenty of water for irrigation, but maybe next year it will be very different, or the year after, even much worse. So farmers will face increasing uncertainty about how much water is going to be available for their irrigation. Okay, so these are the main challenges and threats. And then when you know, I've been thinking quite a long time about, well, what are the main things? What can we do about these threats and challenges? And there are many things: technology, market mechanisms, economic instruments, and things like that. And that's all super important. But if you really think about one overarching framework that will need to be implemented to address the stress and challenges, it's really the water governance that will have to change, adapt to the situations of climate change. And that hasn't really been happening, okay, around the world, and not that much in Asia. In Asia, probably, you know, not enough in terms of having a changing water governance to be able to address the threats and challenges of climate change. Now, let me just give a brief definition of water governance, and it's a very broad definition. It's really think about agreed upon behaviors, expectations of how others will behave with respect to water uses, relations and relationships around water resources, and rules and institutions that govern how water resources are used. So it's a very broad concept about how society approaches water resource use within their jurisdiction. Okay? And it's a collection of institutions, organizations, formal laws and regulations, but also informal rules and norms. So people have some in many places, and that will probably be true in many places in Asia, there will be informal rules and norms that people understand about how water is managed in their localized areas. And those are potentially have been there for a long time. And so those also form part of water governance. And all these formal and informal aspects together really determine how water resources are managed and used in practice. And so we really need a strong, purposeful, in a sense of well thought through and designed to be addressing the stress and challenges of climate change. And even more importantly, enforceable water governance. We absolutely need it in order to be able to respond to the threats and challenges of climate change. That's something that really it's probably the main message I want to send, is that we all need to think and go back to our countries and policymakers and so on, and try to convince them, look, we really need to be doing something to strengthen water governance, because the climate change is a big, big threat. So water governance, of course, has been researched widely in various aspects, including aspects of climate change. There are a number of publications. I want to show here some very general principles of natural resource governance and water governance in particular. So for instance, OECD has a very nice publication on water governance and principles of water governance, where they find certain elements of water governance and attributes of those elements. There is more conceptual approaches, such as the one by Lockwood and others, where they look at actors, strategies, responsibilities, and perceptions and goals as an intertwined system that determine water governance. In what remains of my talk, I want to talk to you about a model that we are currently working on with two of my colleagues, April Zhao and William Ward, where we look at specifically at the ability of water governance to deal with climate change. And we are kind of putting a more of an economics perspective to this aspect. Many other colleagues have done work on water governance, but I think we are distilling a lot of that work and putting 5 key attributes of water governance, and we are especially looking at certain economic characteristics of those attributes and how can that help to create a better water governance to deal better with climate change. And so when we talk about water governance within this model, we talk about 5 elements. 1 being economic efficiency, 2nd, equity, environmental sustainability, adaptability and resilience, and enforceability. So let me briefly unpack those for you. And so, you know, it was mentioned just at the opening remarks that economic efficiency is going to be the key. And if you look at this cartoon here, which I found on the web, I thought it was very telling. And it really tells the story of what we have known for a long time. Free water is misplaced, misused, overused, and basically wasted. If we adequately put a value on water through pricings or tariffs or other mechanisms, then we are likely to have much more orderly and efficient use of water. And the point I want to make is, as it was made already, that efficient use of water, in other words, optimal allocation of scarce water resources across a number of competing users and users becomes, I mean, it has always been super important, right? But when it comes to climate change, this is becoming even more and more and more important. So I can't stress enough how this is important. So effectively, what I'm saying is we can't afford anymore to waste water in a way that water has been, like many other natural resources, misused and overused and abused. Okay? And so because the climate change is going to create conditions of increased water scarcity, it is really, really super important that we make sure that whatever water is used in all uses, but really my emphasis is here on agriculture. Whatever water is used in agriculture, we need to use it absolutely efficiently, minimize water losses, and maximize economic returns from that water use. Okay. And so there is still a lot of space to do that. I think we are way behind doing that. And some mechanisms to do that is to think about, well, how can we reflect water scarcity through reflecting the true value of water to irrigation, water use, and water users, so that people, when they use water, they realize, oh, well, this actually has this value. It costs me, maybe I have to pay for it, or even if I don't have to pay for it, there is actually inherent value. It has opportunity cost of my use and all that. So we need to find ways how to do that. Market mechanisms obviously are one way to go. There are other ways to go through tariffication and so on. Okay? We also want to create governance that will help irrigators to be able to better the drought conditions. So enable them to minimize economic losses. So that perhaps includes improving the efficiency in water use, improving the ability to access water, perhaps through markets in times when there is drought, or be able to adjust their production systems and plans to quite quickly to respond to those droughts. Another point related to climate change and to this notion of improved efficiency is that if we are going to improve efficiency, then we also be able to relocate water across space and time quite flexibly. So we need to be able to have mechanisms that will allow water to go to those uses that at particular times are deriving the highest value. And we need to be able to do that at low transaction costs. So this is something that water governance will need to foster, need to encourage, is getting a much more flexible water management, water usage system, in terms of it being able to relocate water resources and at low transaction costs. So I mentioned variability or variation, and that's basically means that there is more risk and uncertainty in water supply, and so we need governance that will sort of encourage the use of risk management options for irrigators, for instance, access to water market or access to insurance markets where irrigators could manage those risks. Important point, which I know there is still a lot more work to be done in Asia, is the ability to measure water use by each user. And this is going to be absolutely crucial, in my view. Unless we are able to actually know how much, if not individual users, but at least villages or cooperatives or larger aggregations of smallholder producers are using, it will be very, very hard to adequately govern and manage water. And so, I think finding ways how to actually measure water use is going to be increasingly important. And also, we need a water governance that will create economic incentives for irrigators to be able to be more flexible, adjust their water demand in short and long run in response to changing conditions due to climate change. Okay, let me move quickly, and I'm noticing here that time is going very fast, so I'll try to speed up and finish on time. The second aspect, this first aspect was economic efficiency, and again, I want to stress how important it is. But obviously, that's not the only aspect. As is what also mentioned in the opening remarks, there are a host of issues and host of things that we need to consider, and one of those is equity. Okay, there are various different interest groups or different groups in society that have different ideas about how water should be used or not used in agriculture and elsewhere. And we need to have an inclusive dialogue with all these interest groups. It is of vital importance to hear the voices and to include all those voices into the decision-making process. For a variety of reasons. First, we want a socially equitable outcome, especially in the context of climate change, because, as we all know, there are parts of society that will be disproportionately hardly affected by climate change. and we really want to make sure that we have a socially equitable outcome in relation to water resources. But also, for water governance, it's going to be very important the inclusiveness and togetherness of the decision-making process, so that all stakeholders really feel ownership of the governance structure that will enable them to deal with climate change. Otherwise, it will be difficult to enforce and difficult to actually implement in practice. Another point is that there will be conflicts. Okay, and so we need water governance. So water has always created conflicts, but conflicts are going to be more likely with climate change, and we need to be aware of it. So we need water governance that will be able to prevent, ideally, and resolve conflicts. But also we need water governance that will kind of prevent the causes of those conflicts, which are typically going to be due to changes in regional economic development opportunities and employment opportunities. When you have changes in water availability and changes in climate. Some places are going to become much more difficult to farm in, and so the irrigation might need to stop in certain places, and that will create problems with employment opportunities, with economic activity in those areas. And so we need to think about water governance that will mitigate some of those effects. One example that comes to mind is in some of these areas, some of the jobs might be compensated by investments in renewable energy, which is gaining momentum. And so, for instance, if we can coordinate water governance with energy governance, we might be getting better outcomes. And at the end, we do need a distributional equity across society so that we can fairly share the losses and uncertainty that the climate change will bring in relation to water resources. Environmental sustainability is obviously one of the important issues, and in many places, in many countries around the world, voices that are raising the issue of environmental sustainability are very, very strong. And so the environmental voices as interest groups are really important and going to be increasing. So I'll just mention a few things and move on quickly, but water quality as one key environmental aspect we'll need to specifically address with water governance, because again, climate change, apart from jeopardizing water quantity, is also creating problems for water quality because of increased temperatures and intensified rainfall in some times in some places. The second point is groundwater sustainability, and I noticed a number of papers on this, and I'm really looking forward to that. But and this is especially important for Asia, I think, especially for South Asia, where we know that groundwater has been extracted very unsustainably. But we really need to think as groundwater being a very valuable buffer when surface water availability sort of is going to reduce and also become more variable. So ensuring groundwater sustainability is going to be vital for coping with climate change. And then, of course, we need to keep water in the rivers and streams to ensure environmental health and biodiversity. And that's something that we all need to be thinking about, making sure that we have minimum environmental flows and put policies to ensure that. And in Australia, we've been having a lot of debates and some good action on that. And obviously, we need a sort of a larger scale view in terms of basin and catchment management and water planning. Let me talk quickly about adaptable water governance. So water governance typically hasn't been changing rapidly. I looked at Vietnam, and some of the laws and regulations there are 20, 30 years old, whereas the realities are changing much quicker. And so we need the ability to adapt and change water regimes and water governance much more quickly and much more flexibly. So we need to be learning from what we're observing and implementing that learning into an updated water governance mechanism. So adaptive water resource management is something that water governance should embrace. And it should also embrace or foster rather adaptation at farm level. We recently had a paper titled "Farming is Adapting," and then there was something else. But really, if you think about farmers, they have been in the business of adaptation throughout the whole history. Economic conditions change, farmers adapt. Weather conditions change, farmers adapt. Technology conditions change, farmers adapt. So farmers will be good at adaptation at farm level, but that, my feeling is, hasn't really been kind of pushed enough, and farmers probably need more help to be able to adapt at farm level more. I already talked about conflicts here. I just want to mention about the importance of financial sustainability for water governance. And this is the point. The point is, if water management has been really dependent on government funding in particular, but other external funding, I think that's not going to be sustainable. I think we need to think about water governance system where the water management and water resource usage is going to be independent of constant government inputs in terms of funding, because governments are going to have their hands full dealing with climate change on other fronts. And I think just waiting for the government to step in and bail out the water sector is not going to be a good strategy. The final point that I make, and then I'll conclude, is the importance of enforceability. I mean, and that really goes to the point of monitoring first. So we really need to be able to monitor much better what is happening with water resources and how much we're using and who is using how much. But we need to be, once we decide on water governance, we need to enforce it. No point having the best water governance on paper that will work for climate change, but not being enforced. And so compliance is really important, and inclusiveness for compliance is even more important. So I'll stop very shortly, but just some conclusions and take-home messages. Climate is already changing, we know that. The message that I want to send is that improving water governance is going to be absolutely critical for that in terms of water management. Water governance that will be able to deal with climate change will have to, one, promote economic efficiency. We cannot have wastage of water, especially not under climate change. Be equitable, inclusive, participatory approach, and fair distribution of costs and benefits. Be environmentally sustainable, improving water quality, groundwater sustainability, and river health. Be able to resolve conflicts and be adaptable, more flexible. And at the end, what really matters probably the most is that the governance should be enforceable and indeed enforced. Okay, thanks very much. I will stop here and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Teo, for taking time and for your wonderful presentations. We truly appreciate it. It was very enlightening. Before going for Q&A sessions, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce the chair and pass the floor to the chair. So the chair for today's conference is is Dr. Thomas Robert Panella, and he has been working in this area for a very, very long time. Dr. Panella, we are very, very honored to have you on this conference as a chair. Just to give a brief background about Dr. Tom Panella. Tom Panella is the Director of Environment, Natural Resource, and Agriculture in East Asia Department at the Asian Development Bank. And he is also the chair of Water Sector Committee group for ADB. As the director in East Asia, he is responsible for managing operations, including strategies, project development, management and programming, policy dialogue, and knowledge management. As chair of the Water Sector Committee, he provides oversight for ADB-wide water sector group for policy development, institutional engagement in water issues, and strategic directions of leading and non-leading water operations. He served as ADB's Chief of Water Sector Group from 2017 to 2020, Afghanistan Country Director from 2014 to 2017, and joined ADB in 2003. He has led water operations in Central, South, and Southeast Asia, including posting in Indonesia, directing the water and climate change programs, and in Uzbekistan as the head of operations. He worked at the World Bank from 2000 to 2002 as a water resource management specialist. He was the Southern California Regional Directors for Tabos, Premise and Association from 1989 to 1993, and served as a convener of California Urban Water Convention Council in 1997, now the California Water Efficiency Partnership. He's a member of AGWA Board of Directors, GWP Technical Committee, and advisor to the HELP. He has a PhD and MPP in Public Policy and MSc from the Energy and Resource Group from University of California, Berkeley. Tom, we are honored to have you, and we look forward to your chair and also your views. So with this, I'd like to pass the floor to you, and if you can take on the Q&A as well as give some of your thoughts. Although we are running out of like a little late, but we have long gap after this at the end of the break. So please feel free to take like 15-20 minutes extra. Tom, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dill, for the opportunity to be part of this. And I think this is an incredibly timely conference. Couldn't be more timely, looking at climate change and water governance as it relates to food security and agriculture. As you mentioned, I've been involved in this, so it's a subject very close to my heart, both on the water side as well as the climate resilience side. I will take questions from any of the panelists, and I'm looking in the Q&A box. I don't see any. And we do have a very packed agenda this morning. So, okay, we have one hand here from Jitendra. Can you please go ahead? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very much impressed by the paper presented by Tiho Se. Yeah, so that I would like to just have a small discussion type questions with him, because we always focus on efficiency, equity, and inclusiveness when we talk about water governance. Yeah, but whenever we see about the practical issues, the political economy aspects of this one is a bit missing in several cases, because we always think like we have these three issues and we have the relationship with political, social, economic, as well as administrative concepts, all are related to the water governance. Yeah, but when we see at the political level, it's more like the command type systems in still in majority of South Asia. So how do we link these things? Because we economists always think about, okay, it should be efficient, but at the same time, how do we address the market failures created by the government interventions like subsidy in electricity, subsidy in water use, And how do we manage these things? Do you have any practical, practical observations on this one? That would be very good for us. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, that's a very good point, Jitendra. Absolutely, you're right, and this is especially in the context of countries where smallholder farmers are still majority of farming community, and also majority of water usage. Right? And so you're right in saying, well, how do we actually include all this great number of millions of hundreds of millions of people in the discussions? And that's a challenge. I think that's really going to be a big challenge. But I think formation of water user groups is probably something that that is worthwhile considering. Water cooperatives as well, I think, is something that that is worthwhile considering. And so, and really engaging those aggregations of smallholder farmers more, I think, is probably a way to go. You mentioned something that I'm aware of, subsidies, right? And so, and I've been known saying to my students for many years, as much as I try to think about subsidy and finding a justification, I can never find a justification. So, but it's, as you clearly pointed out, it's completely political, because it keeps short-term political gains, or it brings short-term political gains, but the long-term resource losses are going to be devastating. And so really we need to keep emphasizing to politicians that, look, we understand what are you trying to do, and we understand your incentives, but we have to bite the bullet eventually and stop this, because it comes at a cost to society, to the people that are subsidized effectively, right? I mean, Australia doesn't have subsidies, but if you look at what has happened in irrigation, 100 years ago, it was really exactly the subsidy or indirect subsidization of the irrigation sector that led Australia to the mess that we had, 20 years ago, and we still sort of have. We've tried to address it, but we still sort of have. So the subsidies will have to be, get rid of them. We have to get rid of them, I think.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. I don't.
Tom Dean is there. He has raised his hand.
Oh, the Dean. Sorry. Yep, Dean. Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much. So Tiho, thank you very much for your great, excellent keynote speech. I am so impressed. So the very last point in your concluding slide, you put the enforceability. So when the enforceability is not enough, maybe the reason why can be divided into two possible reasons or causes. One is motivation, shortage or lack of motivation. The other is ability or efficiency.
Yeah.
So the motivation also depends on the those incentives given by the government or someone. So, and then whether or not the government gives sufficient incentives to those enforcers also depends on their political will. So is it a matter of political will, or is it a matter of the capability or capacity or ability of enforcers? If the latter case, the organization like ADB can provide the capacity building. In the case of the political will, then it will be more difficult but we economists have to think seriously about that. So please, maybe a little more.
No, excellent, excellent point, Dean. And it's really you sort of went further into that point because I didn't have time. So you're absolutely right that there are various aspects and various avenues of how enforceability will work or could work or could or will fail. Right, and so at the end of the day, it's going to be up to the actors to comply to the mutually agreed water governance rules and enforce those rules. And it will be very difficult. It will be very tempting to some actors to actually deviate. So again, possibly, further research in understanding the political economy and sort of kind of the behavioral interventions that we might be able to do as economists in mitigating these tendencies to deviate from agreed upon enforcement will be really important. I'll just give an example here. Again, in Australia, we have a basin level agreement for the big river basin that we have here called Murray-Darling Basin, and it's shared between 4 different states effectively. So Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, and South Australia is sharing. And so whenever we engage in discussions with my colleagues, academics, they always point out how New South Wales and Queensland are much more lax in enforcing the mutually agreed rules than Victoria and South Australia. And that's, as you mentioned, partly because of the political will, or brings us to the same point that Jitendra was making, that politicians will turn a blind eye sometimes. Certainly what happens here in New South Wales, the politicians will turn a blind eye to someone that is, using more water than they're supposed to use because of this political play of, winning votes or winning certain votes in certain places and so on. Again, I think our duty is going to be, to unpack that even political economy, present it and make it transparent, right? And try to convince politicians that, look, yes, there might be very short-term political gain, but the long-term consequences are going to be, orders and orders of magnitude more costly. I think that's something that we need to convince the politicians, but also inform the public, so that the public then clearly puts pressure on politicians to behave as they should.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other points? Raja, on this, I think, has to be the last question, because we do have a full set of presentations this morning.
Thank you so much, Thomas, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much, Professor Theo, for your wonderful presentation. I think it was a very eye-opening presentation that you have really mentioned. So I work here as a research associate in ADBI, and I was a bit wondering, so what could be the basic difference between the water management in between? Because I think some mechanism and institutions could be quite different between the developed countries and in the developing countries context. And also at the same time, we might also need to look into the geography, right? For example, having in a high altitude like Himalayan regions, and then we comes towards the African regions that the deserted areas, and then so, and you mentioned a very the interesting fact about the conflict, which is definitely an ongoing phenomena, and I think we cannot hide from that. We have to face that at one point of time, it's today or tomorrow, right? So in this nexus, like I really wanted to get you some of your views and ideas on like what mechanism or what kind of institution, like which could be a local or global, that we could really think of that we might be looking forward, and that we might be like thinking of the researching and like proposing even as a policy think tank in a different aspect. So can you give us some ideas and thoughts on these aspects? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Raja, and yeah, again, very good point. And so what you're really raising is the scale of governance, right? I mean, at what level should the governance be specified, and how should it translate into water resource management that can potentially be at very localized level? And so we did a project for the UNDP in Vietnam that looked specifically at the Mekong Delta. But in fact, the governance is at national level, right? For Vietnam, for instance, and that actually constrains some of the management that is probably needed in the Mekong Delta. So this is really an important point, that we need to have water governance, probably have higher level general principles of water governance, and maybe high level legislation that just spells out the principles, but then have further either regulation or legislation at more regional levels that will enable to take into account some of the idiosyncrasies of those areas and some of the specificities, as you mentioned, because absolutely certain places in certain countries will have very different needs for very different water governance than other places. But I think, some of these general principles are really important to put out there and kind of put in people's minds that, water is valuable, shouldn't be wasted, and that we have to have this legislations, regulation that will be adhered to, whether it be at a more regional level. And again, this is why these water user groups or cooperatives are important to engage. And even you can have informal governance working in many cases if the local communities are empowered enough to actually conduct their water governance. And in some cases, I've witnessed local communities actually finding the best possible solution for their water governance. And that should be, encouraged. It is difficult, I understand, and I know, but I think we can continue working in that regard and harness also the local knowledge and adopt the general principles to that local knowledge. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. I think everybody jumped on the same point that I wanted to make, which was I really appreciated your broad definition of governance, and especially on the informal side. And again, it comes back to the enforcement is what I wanted, which Dean Sonobe raised and what we just talked about, that, in this informal setting, that it's this collective social coercion, basically, that we're going to have to look at it. That needs to be super economic, super legislative in some cases to actually make this work. And so we're really just, like you said, it boils down to the actors, and behavior change is what we need, and how we unpack that. And there's so many different aspects is really going to be a challenge. The other point I like very much about climate change, we're dealing with a new normal that we don't know what it is, and we have to just be super cautious about that. Flexibility, critical, not only in governance, but having started in California, it also requires a certain level of plumbing in some cases in order to achieve that as well, which is an area where ADB can support And then just lastly, I really appreciate your point on the linkage between finance and governance and moving forward, and how we have to either de-link or be very clear on those linkages. I think that's quite critical. That's my quick reflections on your paper. Thank you. Or your
Thank
talk.
you,
It was
Thomas.
excellent. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, without further ado, let's move ahead. And I don't think everybody is going to get the full introduction simply because we don't have time, but I'll tell people what you do and who you are. But we're very pleased to have this first paper from Bekele Shefarov, from the thematic lead specialist from the World Bank, but long experience in international work with water and agriculture, looking at groundwater governance under climate change in India. Bekele, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And thank you very much for the organizers as well for inviting us to make this presentation. I'm making this presentation together with my colleagues, Professor Ratna Reddy and Bharat Sharma, who may not be able to actually join because it's a little bit too early in Delhi now. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning, and it's late in the evening here in Washington, DC. So our paper is about groundwater governance and climate change issues based on the World Bank Group's interventions in addressing groundwater depletion in India. This study was done as part of a global assessment that I was leading in trying to understand the contributions of the World Bank Group in addressing natural resource degradation and vulnerability issues around the world. India was one of the case studies we selected in terms of looking at the relationship between groundwater depletion and vulnerability of resource-dependent communities. So let me move on to, let me walk through the presentations now. So I'm trying to make, okay, so basically in this chart, we show that groundwater is a vital natural resource or natural capital for a lot of people globally. It contributes about half of the drinking water requirements, and for about 43% of the irrigated area globally comes also from groundwater. And India, as you can see from the chart on this panel, is the largest groundwater user in the world, by far the largest. And next there is you will have a US as well, China and Pakistan and others. And of course, in India, groundwater contributes about 85% of the drinking water, especially in rural areas, and over 60% of the irrigated area. And as a result of this, of course, it is increasingly being depleted, and climate change is accelerating this process. So now looking at the situation on groundwater, sort of in terms of providing a quick context, there is a steady increase in unsustainable groundwater exploitation in the country. What is called groundwater development is the Central Groundwater Board in India uses its definition is sort of the ratio of extraction as a share of the renewable stock. And they classify the country into sort of different regions. And the ones where the rate of depletion has significantly accelerated are those in the northwestern, western, and southern peninsular regions. And in these regions, as you can see in the table, for example, in the northwestern region, which is sort of includes Haryana and Punjab, now, the groundwater utilization extraction is about 98% of a renewable resource in these states. Nationally, groundwater development is about 63%. And and also the Central Groundwater Board classifies the country into like, the different levels of, in terms of the threat of groundwater depletion. And for example, in the northwestern region, 27% of the groundwater blocks are overexploited. They call them overexploited. In the western region, like includes Rajasthan and other states in the area, about 24% of the blocks are overexploited, etc. Nationally, about 90% of the overexploited blocks are in these three regions of the country. Moving forward, as we don't have a lot of time in making this presentation, in terms of providing the national policies for groundwater management in the India context, we have heard from the keynote presentation about policies which are critical in terms of providing the right incentives and changing behaviors for groundwater use and governance. And particularly important in the India context, of course, is subsidies for power, which can actually be even free in some states, like in the state of Telangana in the south. There is free power is provided, for example, in AP and Telangana. In Telangana case, it's 24/7, which is around the clock. Water is freely available for irrigation. In some states, in trying to address this, also they have gone into what they call feeder segregation and subsidies, including subsidies for solar pumps. And solar pumps can also actually contribute to depletion. We may discuss some of these issues maybe during the question Q&A sessions. On the demand side, there is a lot of interest today in terms of providing support for conservation agriculture technologies, incentives for SRI, SRI paddy, short duration paddy, etc., extension for rain-fed and low water intensive crops in the semi-arid areas, for example, and supply side. On the supply side as well, groundwater management policy in India, particularly in terms of watershed development, have been historically very widespread and commonly practiced. Although watershed development interventions, by and large, really focus significantly on the supply side. In some cases, in the highly overexploited blocks, groundwater blocks, the government of India has also introduced what they call notifications. These are restrictions on drilling and deepening of wells, and in terms of providing energy supply for irrigation purposes in this, such notified blocks are restricted. So there are some regulatory measures also being used in some states, although not all overexploited blocks are notified. There are also situations in some states where you have, there are restrictions on bank credit based on spacing between wells. For example, if it's less than 250 meters, bank financing may not be feasible. Generally, what we find is that governance institutions are largely informal and ineffective in terms of improving governance of groundwater resources. And there is weak intersectoral coordination, for example, between land, water, and energy issues. We'll come back to this at some point. In terms of the bank's response to groundwater depletion, this is not a new approach in the bank. The bank has been conducting several studies, analytical work since the mid-2000s, and a new country strategy, which was initiated around 2009, actually emphasized significantly on the need for improving governance, groundwater governance, to address groundwater depletion. And most recently, as some of you may be aware, there is a large groundwater-focused program that's called Atal Bhujal Yojana, ABHY, which is focusing on groundwater management itself, which is close to $1 billion, including $500 million bank loan. So there's a lot of dialogue and interest in trying to improve governance of groundwater. So our case study here, we hope we'll be able to kind of provide some insights in terms of improving the design and implementation of future groundwater focused interventions of the World Bank and possibly others as well, based on these lessons and insights. So our interest was very much in terms of understanding what has worked, how effective was the World Bank, where are the bank interventions in terms of reducing depletion, and in terms of also reducing vulnerability of communities. We were interested in also assessing the feasibility and impact of demand and supply side interventions in improving governance overall. When we say demand and supply side is in terms of enhancing recharging of groundwater aquifers, and the demand side is in terms of actually reducing exploitation and use of groundwater resources. The publications that I show on the right side here are two recent studies which were completed, one on the topic itself on natural resource degradation and vulnerability, and another on agri-food economist transformation, which have been published recently and available on the World Bank website. So in terms of quickly on the methodology we use, this is we are using a case study approach based on the completed World Bank projects. We are looking at completed World Bank interventions in two regions which actually have suffered significantly on groundwater depletion. One in Rajasthan. The Rajasthan case we are looking at is the Rajasthan Agriculture Competitiveness Project, or ACP in short. We identified 4 case study villages in Rajasthan where we collected significant amount of data that you look at on the right side. And then in the southern states in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana, we selected 2 projects supported by the bank, which were implemented between 2010, 2018, and 2007, 2016. Here we selected about 6 villages as case studies for where we were able to actually collect data on the ground in January 2020, just before the COVID issues became very important. So one of the methodology we use is a sort of the theory-based, case study. This is a theory of change. I won't be able to go into this in detail. Basically, it starts based on sort of careful understanding of the drivers of depletion, and also the kinds of interventions which have been introduced by the World Bank Group here in terms of analytics, studies, and also interventions directly addressing groundwater depletion, and also livelihood-based interventions which have benefits that also provide benefits for groundwater management in India. And the intention is basically these interventions, if they succeed, will be able to actually improve groundwater management and contribute to improving livelihoods, reducing vulnerabilities to groundwater depletion, and facilitate adaptation to climate change, and will enhance basically sustainable management of the groundwater resources in the country. So quickly, I'll be going through highlights of the main findings from our cases in Rajasthan and in the southern states in AP and Telangana. In the case of Rajasthan, where we had 4 case study villages, these were Bichun, Bansur, Bonli, Pesangan. They are all described in detail in the paper. But what we found was basically when we compare the situation before the interventions and after the interventions, you would see that the number of bore wells on average across the villages increased by 48%.
Sorry, 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, and the number of households owning bore wells increased by 40%. In general, in the case of Rajasthan, we found that the rate of decline in the water table has decreased by about 16%. So it wasn't possible in the case of Rajasthan. It was not possible to reverse groundwater depletion overall, but the interventions were able to slow down the depletion process. So one of the interventions that the Rajasthan project facilitated was basically transition from high water intensive crops towards lower intensive crops. Basically, this is in terms of like, encouraging farmers to move towards, crops that use less water. So area under less water intensive crops is a good proxy for actually looking at, reducing water use in the region. So you could see that overall in the Rajasthan villages, we found that the interventions were able to kind of reduce the share of agricultural land under water intensive crops by 30% on average, and the share of those crops which are less water intensive by 96%. So as a result of all of this, there were short-term improvements in the vulnerability and livelihoods improved. But of course, because these interventions did not significantly reduce depletion, a long-term vulnerability remained because of the climate change issues. Now looking at Andhra Pradesh, in the case of Andhra Pradesh, there were 6 villages we looked at, 2 projects, and between looking at the situation before the project and at the end of the project, we found that the number of bore wells, because the number of bore wells is not regulated in many villages. As a result, it's increased by 4-fold. Even if you are actually increasing recharging, when you are not able to actually reduce demand, then this actually means that you are not able to reverse depletion as well. But there was one interesting case, which was Nalgonda village in the state of Telangana, whereby participatory groundwater management was quite successful in terms of regulating the number of bore wells. The number of bore wells didn't increase, and overall, there was also the share of area irrigated with groundwater in this village.
3 minutes, sorry.
Increase, and depths of water table also did not decline much. Yes, I'm finishing very quickly. Just about to conclude.
Yeah, no, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so now looking at the shift in cropping systems from high water intensive or from water intensive to less water intensive crops, we found that, for example, in these villages, in the 6 villages in the south, the area allocated to more water intensive crops decreased by 76%, whereas the area allocated to less water intensive crops increased by 155%, which is very important in terms of actually moving towards more water efficient. We are not saying this necessarily saves water, but if the number of wells doesn't increase, there is a possibility that actually such saving could occur as a result of a shift towards less water intensive cropping. And the Nalgonda case particularly is very interesting here as well, because of the contributions it makes to local governance using participatory groundwater management models, which were really promoted by the community. So one limitation in the southern villages we found was a tank base. There was one of the projects was focusing on rehabilitating tanks. Tanks are used in India traditionally for storing water, and one of the projects focused on rehabilitating some of the traditional tanks, for water storage. And of course, this water can be used for irrigation itself, and some of it can actually contribute towards recharging the groundwater as well. So the big challenge in these rain-fed, drought-prone villages in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana was that actually the tanks were not, even if the structures were renovated, they didn't actually manage to store water in many cases because the rains fell. Again, as the frequency of drought increases, intensifies, the severe events happen, these tanks fell regularly. And in some of the villages, over 12 years, tanks were filled only 1 in 3 years, which made it very difficult, for farmers who actually use these tanks to be able to actually adapt more effectively to depleting groundwater conditions.
Can you please wrap up?
And just wrapping up quickly. So this made it very difficult for the tank-based interventions to be effective. So this is the last slide. So the main findings and lessons from this study are that supply side interventions are not sufficient to reduce groundwater depletion. This may not be surprising, but much of the work that we have, that you see a lot, in the area of, for example, watershed management, it was very, focusing more on sort of in terms of improving ground, availability of surface water and also recharging groundwater. But yeah, unless you actually regulate the demand side and help farmers move towards water efficient crops and cropping systems and practices, that will not be effective. So unregulated growth in the number of bore wells and expansion of groundwater irrigation are the main drivers of depletion. And we show in Rajasthan in better integration under RACP interventions had a positive but modest effect in reducing groundwater depletion, whereas in the southern states, under erratic rainfall conditions, tanks could not store water, and the tank project did not actively discourage drilling of bore wells, whereas in the case of the WICP project, which focus, which was a case we had in Nalgonda, it showed very significant potential of community-centered and incentive-based approaches in terms of improving groundwater management and local-based regulation of use in the region. And that was a very positive example of what could be done when you are able to actually integrate and the two approaches together. So there is a potential for reorienting agricultural policies to support more resilient and water efficient options. For example, drip irrigation, micro irrigation systems, etc. And price support. Traditionally, price support in India has been focused on rice and wheat, as we may know, following from the green revolution since in the 70s and the 80s. Price support for more water efficient crops could contribute to sustainable groundwater management. It is already changing some of the behaviors at the ground level for small farmers, and this could be very useful. So addressing groundwater, energy, and agriculture nexus also requires better coordination and harmonization of policies across sectors. So this is a presentation. Thank you so much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry I was sorry to rush you, but it's just we have so many speakers this morning. I want to try and keep us a bit close to time, but really interesting presentation, the findings, and again, going to behavior change and how we can improve the regulation. So I'd like to ask the discussant, Tilak Malawachichi, from Honorary Associate Professor from University of Queensland, to provide his remarks in response. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot. And I think thanks, Bekele, for that insightful presentation. I think I agree with everything you said. I think water management, as we discussed previously, is a very complex issue. And as Theo and as well as Dean Sonobe mentioned earlier, the managing the political economy aspirations is the fundamental problem. And then in this space, actually, I have been working for about last 30 years, and I have been following all what the World Bank and the other financial institutions were doing in this space, and also in Australian water policy. And I want to congratulate actually Bekele. Very rarely financial institutions actually say that they are financing. There is some work for the World Bank in Sri Lanka about the political economy of water governance. In that, even the World Bank was saying that we are funding. No, the financial institutions are actually financing. You present that in that context. That's very important, because otherwise most of the beneficiaries think that these people are funding this, therefore we don't have to use those funds efficiently, as well as we don't have to pay it back. That is what has happened to places like Sri Lanka now. And therefore, I congratulate on that clarification. Financial institutions are actually funding, financing, they are not funding. In that way, really, I want to sort of bring in attention to some pertinent issues, which the World Bank, in fact, has been trying to promote from the very early days in the, and the whole issue that we have neglected in a way in our discussion is that what is the efficiency issue here? The efficiency issue is not really the economic efficiency in the narrow sense of creating a value from water, but minimizing the social externalities, minimizing the implication into the future. And because it results from the exploitation of a common pool resource, the rights are held in common. Therefore, when the rights are held in common, no single individual has the incentive to use it efficiently. That has happened everywhere in the world. And then, therefore, that leads to that discrepancy between private and social costs. They result from natural market failures. Therefore, governments have always followed this approach of increasing production as a source of increasing the benefits to society. And then they were using irrigation as a land augmenting technology to have increased production in areas which are otherwise arid. Therefore, then there were misguided policies where there were no properly defined property rights. And then they never considered the technology aftershocks like the Green Revolution technology, which promoted agriculture through the use of intensive methods. And then that created a huge level of information asymmetry, because the uncertainty related to the natural resource use was basically ignored and thought that just everything is actually certain. And then, therefore, as you have therefore related to that the poverty issue, the lack of opportunity and capability gaps, how do you actually promote those capabilities for people to actually address those issues? Therefore, they happen in the context of accelerating climate change, because everything is compounded. Therefore, I like the approach you followed in assembling that knowledge in there. But the whole issue then comes to the role of the government. If the government is actually acting in a way to mitigate in those inefficiencies, that's the fundamental problem. Are they creating the problem or supporting the problem to accelerate the problem, or are they actually helping in the long run? That's the fundamental problem. Therefore, how do we then
Yeah,
move
you
away
need to wrap
from
up soon, please.
Yes, and then how to create that feasible options within this? How do you influence the management? How do you actually allow this work in a way to create that momentum necessary, and to have Pareto efficient improvements, so that I want to therefore ask the question in a way that what are the plans in the World Bank in a way to improve that role of the government in actually undertaking this very important task of improving the overall sustainability of the resource. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insightful, supportive, I would say, critique. So I'm just wondering at this point, do we have any questions from anybody? Let me look in the box here. And we have one question was, what is your say, and I believe this is for Kele, on Eastern region where groundwater development is 43.3%, but are cultivating rice in states like Chhattisgarh, West Bengal, and coastal regions of Odisha. Is there any World Bank intervention here? Over. Or you can type an answer too.
So that's a good question. So remember that our interest was on the groundwater issues. So if you look at the groundwater use and depletion map of India, actually a lot of it is in the sort of the regions that I mentioned earlier, in the northwestern, in the western, northwestern, and the southern regions. So the eastern part of India has the nature of the rock itself, is very good, and the groundwater depletion is not a major problem. There are different types of bank projects, of course, in those areas, focusing on agricultural productivity, water use, availability, etc., but not necessarily in terms of reducing groundwater depletion. I'm not saying there are no pockets where depletion is happening, but if you look at overall, I think alluvial aquifers in the eastern part of India are less threatened in terms of groundwater depletion. So there aren't major groundwater focused interventions in the past, but there is use, improving access, utilization, sustainable use of water issues overall is also very important in the eastern regions, and there are various projects supported by the bank.
Great, thank you. And actually, the very first project I ever did was in Chhattisgarh on tank rehabilitation. Dil, and then I think we do have to move on, and perhaps the other questions, they can take it up with you directly through the chat box, perhaps. Dil?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Bekele, for this very interesting presentations. I really liked it. My question is on groundwater depletion. As you know, groundwater is a very important alternative resources for farmers. Because when climate is changing, there's erratic rainfall and there's drought, so it has become very important sources. But the depletions of groundwater is very rapid, as you have pointed out in your presentation. So what are your views? If we reach to a tipping point, what would be the where we would reach, and what kind of problems that we are going to face? And second is that you have pointed out several policies that India government has implemented. How effective are those policies in terms of reducing groundwater exploitations beyond sustainable limits?
Very good. I'm happy to address this question, or shall I go ahead? Yes. So thank you very much, Dil. Very, very useful pointers, and I think the comments also from Tilak. I think one of the key challenges, as Tilak also points out, is many groundwater users consider groundwater as a private resource. That they have rights, which is associated to land. Unfortunately, groundwater, unlike land, it's actually a collective resource. It is a common property resource, and it needs to be managed through a collective participatory model. Okay? Improving governance requires strengthening institutions and providing incentives for actually creating and strengthening those kinds of institutions for enhancing collective management of this resource. So the number of groundwater wells, the bore wells in India has increased by 20-fold since the 70s. And this has, of course, this was partly supported by the Green Revolution, the focus on national food security. States like Punjab, Haryana, etc., where wheat production, for example, during the Rabi season is very important. So there are various policies which have encouraged this kind of depletion of groundwater. And the role of the government should be in terms of actually reorienting, repurposing some of these policies which contributed to depletion, as I was saying earlier, towards approach that would actually move farmers or help them change behavior towards planting more water saving crops, dryland crops, that require less irrigation. We have seen that, for example, fruits and vegetables, mustard, for example, different types of water-saving options that are available that could be planted could actually play multiple purposes here. They could contribute to improving nutrition. They could contribute to improving incomes of farmers by also improving management of groundwater resources. So there are multiple policy policy options that governments could use. At the moment, because of complicated groundwater is a very politically sensitive issue in many countries, and in India particularly, which where groundwater is so important politically. And as you know, in India there have been farmer protests. Farmers want to protect their rights to utilize groundwater resources, etc. So the government policy is kind of doing both. It maintains policies which are kind of contributing to depletion, but at the same time also trying to help farmers to move towards water saving options. So I think this has been a big challenge. Increasingly in the future, we need to repurpose some of these distortive policies that contribute to market failure and increase depletion of groundwater and help farmers to move towards water saving options, etc. Even subsidies for solar pumps in some states have actually started contributing towards depletion, because farmers who have solar pumps actually manage to sell water at a lower price than the market price of groundwater overall. So we have to be careful, but there are multiple options which can be done. It's a dire situation, but we have not run out of options. The government can do a lot more, and the World Bank and I think ADB and others are working in this space, trying to actually improve governance and management of groundwater resources in India.
Great. Thank you very much. I think we're going to have to wrap it up here. So those of you who are part of the panel, you can perhaps take it up with Bekele in the chat, or through the Q&A, perhaps there can be some response. But very interesting. Obviously, we could have a 3-day conference on groundwater management if we wanted to, and we probably should sometime. The next presentation will be on farm performance and economic value of irrigation water in India, a directional distance functional analysis. This presenter is Sofina Maharajan from a PhD candidate at the School of Agriculture and Environment, University of Western Australia. So the floor is yours. Please go ahead. Thank you so much. Sofina, are you there? You're muted. Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
So this is fine now, right?
Yep, you're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Good morning, everybody. So title of my presentation is Farm Performance and Economic Value of Irrigation Water in India, or Directional Distance Function Analysis. So Article T, Jitendra, Faye, and Ram are my supervisors. Green Revolution has transformed India from a country of recurring famine to food surplus country. Today, India is the second largest producer of wheat and rice and 9th largest agriculture exporter in the world. However, Green Revolution has unintended consequences in terms of water use, chemical use, and soil use, resulting to unsustainable water use, soil degradation, and chemical runoff. However, these environmental consequences were not caused by Green Revolution technology per se, but because of the policy environment that promoted injudicious use and excessive use of inputs and output price protection and input subsidies, such as free subsidized fertilizers and free power, that distorted incentives to adopt practices that would have enhanced input use efficiency, which has resulted in serious decline in groundwater table in areas where Green Revolution is successful. In this study, we are just focusing on water, so we are not touching other consequences of revolution. With increase in agriculture export, India has also started exporting virtual water, around 1% of total water availability yearly. And India is already categorized as one of the water-stressed country in terms of fresh water availability. Out of total water availability, 91% of fresh water is used for fruit production with low water use efficiency compared to its neighbor. And between 2000 to 2010, the groundwater table has depleted by 23%. And also, post-Green Revolution, agriculture productivity has slowed down in states where Green Revolution was successful. For instance, in Punjab, the agriculture productivity growth rate has declined sharply from 5.7 during Green Revolution period to 1.9 during 2005 to 2018. And this issue of declining agriculture productivity and water table will be further exacerbated by global warming, climate change, and population growth. Due to climate change, water availability is expected to decline, whereas agriculture water consumption is expected to increase by 19% in 2050. Therefore, in future, water will be the most constraining factor for sustaining agriculture. Therefore, there is a need to increase agriculture productivity by eliminating inefficiency involved in input use, especially water, and use innovative water-saving technologies like LLL that will help to adapt to climate change and also solve the issue of declining groundwater table. Therefore, in this study, we are examining what is the degree and source of inefficiency among farmers in Punjab, India, how much input or cost saving and output or revenue enhancement can be achieved simultaneously, and does the use of advanced technologies like LLL shift the frontier upward and estimate the economic value of agriculture water. Studies that have studied multiple outputs produced by farm had examined production efficiency by aggregating multiple output as output revenue, and there is limited research on implication for productivity, cost, and revenue efficiency of cereal and other crops. In this study, we are talking about multiple output because country like India produce more than one crop in a year. And in India, there is no study that examines how much input reduction and revenue expansion is possible simultaneously. And there is no study that examines the productivity enhancement of LLL using farm managed field data. There are only studies that have examined the productivity impact of LLL on productivity, water saving, climate change using the farmer on-station trial and researcher managed field, but not the farmer managed field data. And previous studies has estimated shadow price using non-econometric approach. Therefore, through this study, we contribute to literature by estimating inefficiency in multiple input-output setting using directional distance function approach, and also estimate possible cost reduction and revenue increment simultaneously. In this study, we use directional distance function because it is flexible, and it also the DDF value estimate itself is the inefficiency estimate, and the DDF value can be DDF function can be used to estimate the shadow price of water. We also incorporated variables that describe the production environment, agriculture technology, and demographic factors in our study. And we examined if the use of LLL enhanced farm productivity, and also estimate water shadow price using an econometric approach. In this study, we focus on Punjab, India, because Punjab is a state from where Green Revolution started and was also a massive success. And still Punjab is an agriculturally dominant state and advanced state. And in Punjab, groundwater decline is a serious issue, as 99% of agricultural land is irrigated. And although Punjab precipitation level doesn't support rice wheat system, there is large area under rice wheat cultivation, resulting to severe decline in groundwater table. And this study, we focus on Amritsar, Ludhiana, and Bathinda. Rice wheat is a major cropping system in Amritsar and Ludhiana, and cotton wheat in Bathinda. And groundwater is the major source of water for irrigation in Amritsar and Ludhiana, and canal in Bhatinda, and all in all this state, the power used for irrigation is highly subsidized, almost negligible. And the data for the study was collected from these three districts from 300 randomly selected farm households in 2015. But after cleaning the data, we are left with only 345 households. Yes, and Punjab is also promoting different technologies to address the issue of declining groundwater table, and LLL is one of them. And in our study, 25% are non-adopters of LLL and rest were adopters. Analysis is done at household level. The variables used in the study are gross wheat revenue, gross rice and cotton revenue, and X variables are land, labor days, and water use. Shifter variables were soil fertility, LLL adoption, LLL interaction between LLL and LLAs, Amritsar, Ludhiana, and inefficiency variables include socioeconomic variables. Those are land ownership, farm household age, household education, physically inactive household, livestock training, and agriculture institutional membership. Now coming to the theoretical model, given the production input X, given the vector of production input X and output Y, production technology set T maps out all feasible input-output combination as shown by equation 1, and directional distance function is expressed as equation 2, where value of theta, indicates the maximum number of units that observation can translate in the direction of minus gx and gy and still remain technically feasible. Any farm operating in the boundary means that those farms are technically efficient and have the directional vector value gx and gy equal to 0, and any farm lying below the frontier are inefficient and has positive directional vector, which can be translated in the direction shown by the gx and gy to be on the frontier. For estimating directional distance function, both stochastic and deterministic frontier can be used. Stochastic frontier takes both inefficiency and noise into account, whereas in deterministic frontier, all the deviation from frontier is considered as technical inefficiency. Why isn't this moving? Okay. For estimating, we have used a quadratic functional form because it is flexible, and it is flexible. And it also takes into account zero values, where x and y are the vector of inputs and vector of output. E is a shifter variable, V is a noise, and UI is an inefficiency term, which is expressed as exponential of lambda, and where lambda is a function of z variables. Now coming to the saddle price of water, the derivative of this quadratic functional form can be used to derive the saddle price of water. So if W be the vector of input prices and E be the vector of output prices, the duality between profit and directional distance function can be written as equation 4 and 5, which is then used to derive the saddle price of water as shown by equation 7. And if the saddle price of N on price input can be calculated as equation 8. For estimation, we can use either parametric or non-parametric approach. For our purpose, we have used a parametric approach and estimated as a stochastic frontier because it takes noise into account. We estimated DF using both DDF using both Bayesian and bootstrapping.
You're going to need to wrap up quite soon. Thank you. Just so if you can move quickly here. Thank you.
Okay. And we also use mean directional vector. Because if we, with the mean directional vector, it is easy to see how much, with the directional distance value, we can say how much input can be reduced or output can be increased compared to its sample mean. The assumption used for studies are concave in Y and X. DDF value is non-negative for observed input-output combination. It's monotonic, that is DDF is decreasing in outputs and increasing in inputs, and it satisfies the translation properties. Our lambda value was 26.67, which indicates there is existence of significant inefficiency. Now coming to the results, when we are using quadratic or translog functional form, the coefficient doesn't say much about, doesn't give much information. So we are presenting the mean derivatives. So as expected, the input has negative coefficient, input has positive coefficient and output has negative coefficient. It means that if you produce more output, you are close to the frontier, and use of more input will push you away from the frontier. And there is an increasing return to scale of 1.5 of the sample average values. Now coming to estimate of technical inefficiency, as mentioned earlier, DDF value itself is inefficiency measure, and we can see that the efficiency estimate is consistent from Bayesian and Bootstrap. So, this inefficiency estimate of 0.222 suggests that if average farm operated efficiently, he or she could have on 22% more gross revenue by reducing input use by 22% relative to sample mean gross revenue and input costs. For example, a farm household that on gross revenue of US $1,900 from wheat and $2,100 from rice cotton, by using area of 12 acres, 53 level days, and 35,700 cubic meter of water, could have on US 2,300 more from wheat, 2,600 more from rice and cotton.
Can you please move on quickly here, because we do have to wrap up. Thank you.
How much time I'm left with?
Well, you're over time. You're at your time already for 15 minutes.
Sorry. So yes, our inefficiency estimate ranges from 11 to 0 to 1. 0 indicates high efficiency, and so only 11% were fully efficient, and around 46% have inefficiency greater than 18%. Among shifter variables, LLL did not have expected impact, and LLL is had negative coefficient, meaning that as time passes, the effectiveness of LL decline, and compared to Bhatinda, Amritsar is less efficient, and Ludhiana is more efficient. When it comes to determinants of inefficiency, household with household head who is physically inactive and has agricultural institutional membership are less efficient. And water saddle price is close to 0. This suggests that value of water is almost nothing, and farmer use water until marginal value of water is 0. We can conclude that there is only 11% of farmers who are fully efficient, and around 46 exhibit substantial level of inefficiency. There is possible to reduce input and increase output simultaneously by 22% by eliminating the inefficiency involved. And as expected, LLL did not increase the productivity significantly. It might be because farmers were still using traditional practices in laser level field. Therefore, the possible ways to increase productivity of LLL user are promote LLL with minimum tillage and train farmers on plowing methods after laser leveling and crop management. As expected, and AM did not increase productivity, reduced inefficiency. It is because farmers who rely, who have agricultural institutional membership rely on the agricultural institution to get subsidized fertilizer and inputs, but there is delay, and which affect their activities and efficiency. Therefore, possible way to increase the efficiency of adopters, agricultural institutional member, is to distribute subsidies subsidized inputs on time, and low water shadow price is consistent with the insignificant of LLL. So which suggests that just promoting the technology is not enough. There is need to revise policies of free or subsidized electricity to reflect the water scarcity issues. We could not use the so much of impact of climate change because we do not have panel data. So for those who are doing future research, use of panel data can see the impact of climate change. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And again, I'm sorry to keep people to their time, but I want to make sure that they get through. Thank you. Very interesting presentation. And nice to see that the quantification of things that we all suspect anyway, but to actually formalize it quite elegantly. Thank you very much. Now the discussant for the paper, Zhang Hongguan, is an assistant professor of at the College of Economics and Management in Huazhong Agricultural University, People's Republic of China. You have 5 minutes. Thank you. You're muted if you're trying to speak. Hello, Professor Zhang, are you trying to speak? We cannot hear you. Why don't we move to the Q&A session until we hear from Professor Zhang.
Okay,
and,
sorry. So can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, please
Okay, sorry.
go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Internet
Thank
is
you.
unstable. Okay, sorry. I will share my slides now. Okay. Okay. So
We can hear you. We can see your screen.
okay.
If you can put it to full screen, that would help. Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Okay, now can you see my slides?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay, thanks, Safna. Thanks for excellent presentation. And I have some comments and suggestions for your paper. Well, I should say I really enjoy reading your manuscript because I also do some research in using the technical efficiency analysis method, but I seldom use the directional distance function analysis method. So I do learn a lot from your manuscript. And here I have some comments and suggestions for your manuscript. So although you have gave an excellent presentation, I wanted to highlight some key points of your manuscript. Well, in this study, you have 3 or 4 objectives here. The first is examine how much input can be reduced and revenue can be increased by eliminating technical efficiency and also in identifying its sources. And the second is explore the role of Laserland leveler in increasing productivity. And the third is evaluate the economic value of water using the shadow price. So I have some comments and suggestions to each section. First is that the title and the abstract. Well, as we just said, you have 3 or 4 objectives here, but only 2 are mentioned in the title, right? For example, you mentioned the farm performance and economic value of irrigation water. But how about Laserland leveler, the technology to improve farm performance? And I think this also should be mentioned in the abstract, in the title, and also the abstract. Well, you said water use efficiency can be improved by promoting water saving technologies. But the question is, we did not see any evidence on how to improve water use efficiency in the main context. We just evaluate the water use efficiency and economic value of irrigation water. So how to improve the water use efficiency, we should provide more empirical evidence. And the main problem in the introduction, but I see you have already mentioned the research gap in your presentation. But after reading the introduction section, I think you should make the discussion on the research gap more clear, because what has been done in this field is very important. It motivates us to conduct new analysis in this manuscript, right? And I think it is correlated with another problem in the literature section. Well, in the literature section, you discuss a lot about the method. For example, the different method to measure technical efficiency and the shadow price of water. And then you conclude that the current method is the most appropriate for the for your analysis. But I think the literature should be a review on the literature on farm performance and economic value of irrigation water rather than methods only, right? So the literature in this field, rather than the comparisons between different methods, should be mentioned in the literature section. And then is the theoretical model. Well, you discuss how to measure shadow price of water, technical inefficiency in your theoretical model. And also, we have several objectives. So what is the role of technology, the laser land leveler in your theoretical model? What is the role that improves farm performance or improves the water use efficiency? I think it should be, it needs more discussions. And then the fourth section is empirical estimation. Well, you discuss that the translose, the quadratic form is more flexible. I agree with that, but whether we need to use the Cobb-Douglas function or the translog functional form, it should be verified by the log likelihood ratio test rather than using the translog specification directly. And also, when we estimate the impact of laserland leveler on farm performance, I'm afraid that the farmer's decision on adopting laserland leveler is a self-determined process. It means that the laserland leveler in the estimation may be an endogenous variable. So how to address the heterogeneity of laserland leveler? Well, I think you should more discussions on this point. And then is the study area and the data description. Also, you have mentioned that you have average 115 households in each district, and you also mentioned it in your presentation. So the second comment is about the definition of input and output. Well, in your definition in table 1, you said gross wheat revenue refers to wheat revenue minus other variable costs. So whether it is gross revenue or net revenue or total revenue, well, I think it refers to net revenue rather than gross revenue, because we usually define gross revenue as wheat revenue, the total revenue from wheat production, right? So in here, you should make it more clear. And well, you only choose 3 inputs in your estimation: the land, labor, and water use. Yes, water use is important in this manuscript, but for wheat production, rice and cotton production as well, more inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, machinery, or contract labor should be included, right? I'm afraid that more inputs are needed.
Can
And
you
also,
move to wrap up, please? Thank you.
Okay. And why you combine the rice and the cotton here? Because I think they have different water requirements, or their the water use efficiency for rice and cotton production is different. So it is not appropriate to combine rice and cotton directly here. As for the results, well, you have many results here, but I suggest as some subsection, for example, the 6.1, 6.2, to make it more clear. And well, you did not provide appendix 1, the appendix table 1 in the main context, but it is the preliminary results of the estimation. I think it should be moved to the main context. And also, we should make some comparisons with existing findings. For example, the technical efficiency we estimated in this manuscript and the technical efficiency that others are estimated in the existing literature. So that's all my comments and suggestions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments and thorough review of the paper and its findings and its technical analysis. Now let's open the floor for any questions. Okay, I have one here in the chat box. Sorry, I believe this was, yeah. The shadow prices are close to zero. Does it have any impact on crop choice decision taken by the farmers? Are farmers aware of the water productivity? So, Sofina, can you respond to that, please? And then Tio has a question.
So the question is on water price being zero, right?
Yeah, so it says the shadow prices are close to zero. Does it have any impact on crop choice decision taken by farmers? Are farmers aware about the water productivity?
Farmers are not concerned on water productivity as such, and even though they are aware that water table is declining, they are not concerned about that because they do not have to pay for water, so they are using the water until the marginal value of water is zero. So if we convert this amount, so this amount is in terms of USD, but when we convert in terms of Indian currency, it does have some value. But the thing is, it's negligible. So if there is one way where we can address the water issue is this place. So we need to reflect the declining groundwater table and water scarcity in the policy by either improving the water, the irrigation the power subsidy thing. So there should be some charges because, as mentioned by the previous presenter, that the one who holds the land is also the owner of the groundwater table in that area. So there's nothing much can be done. So the one way to reflect in case of India, the water crisis issue is to reflect it by putting some price on electricity used for irrigation. Does that answer the question?
Well, I think it was a valiant attempt to do so, but it's also a very difficult question to respond to. Professor Tio, please go ahead with your question.
So it's kind of related. I think that's really the crux of the problem, that you find a shadow price being very small, and that's really the crux of the problem, right? I mean, and that's what you are. That's what you are finding, and that's in fact what people are perceiving. So they're basically perceiving water not having any value to them, and keep using it. And that has to change. And I agree, it's probably right to think about the price of subsidized electricity, but also try to think about measuring water use and also decoupling water and land use rights. I mean, that's something that we've done here in Australia, eliminating upper tenancy or decoupling water and land use rights, and not having this assumption, oh well, I've got water underground, I'm free to use it. So that's something to have a look. But for your model, I think you can think about imposing some constraints on water availability, or providing some sensitivity to changes in electricity price and things like that. And I think that will then show different result in the shadow price. I think you have to think a little bit about this issue, because I think that's the fundamental issue in your project. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that important comment.
Yeah, thank you. And the last comment will go to Dil, and then we'll close, because I think we still want to have our break, but we still want to reconvene at 11 if possible. So we're eating into break time here. Dil, please go ahead.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Sopina, for these great presentations. I think like you really have to think about your like analysis methodology to the comments. Like I know I would also like to echo the comments from Hongju and Theo. Maybe you should think about the mediations analysis, where you will look into the impact of like, you know, how does like LLL impacts the farm performance, and maybe you have to use mediation analysis, whereby you show that is the channel, water channel, that has the impact. Otherwise, what's happening is that like, you know, we are focusing mostly on the co-benefits of the adoptions of LLL. Rather, I think we should, like, you know, LLL is mostly, you know, used for water saving. So we have to, I think we should focus on that. Do you have data on how much water you can save through the use of LLL?
No, I just have data on water used by the farmers.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have data exactly how much water can be used by using LLL.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for a very good start to today's session. Interesting papers, interesting critiques and comments. We are going to take our break right now, and we would, if you can, try to be back by 11 o'clock, but we will break, and thank you very much, everyone, for your time this morning. If everyone is back, we can move to our third paper in today's session, which is Farmers' Perceptions, Adoption, and Impacts of Integrated Water Management Technology under Changing Climate, the Findings and Implication. And again, we have Associate Professor Zheng Heng Wang to present. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, panel. Thanks for your kind introduction. And good morning, everyone. I'm Hongyun Zheng, come from Huazhong Agricultural University. And today I'm going to present the paper, Farmers' Perceptions, Adoptions, and Impacts of Integrated Water Management Technology on the Changing Climate, Findings and Implications. And this manuscript is co-authored with Professor Wang Lin Ma from Lincoln University, New Zealand, and Professor Victor Owusu from Ghana. And here is the structure of this presentation. First, I will introduce the introduction. Well, although the discussion on the currents of climate change is still inconclusive, but the increasing events are evident. For example, in this summer, we in many Asian and European countries, we experienced unexpected and consistent heat waves, and these changes have endangered the water supply for both non-agricultural and agricultural sector, and especially the agricultural sector is usually more vulnerable. It over-relies on the water for the crops and livestock cultivation, and prior evidence have induced by climate change would decrease farm yield. For example, evidence from China, it is reported that China's rice yield is estimated to be decrease by 10% to 90% by 2050 due to global warming. So in response to the global climate change, farmers have adopted different technologies. For example, the water-saving irrigation systems or shifting crops on cropland, and also adopting drought-tolerant varieties. And on the other hand, farmers may combine the management of water as well as other inputs, for example, the fertilizer or the soil. So we can see the integrated water management technologies, IWMT, includes soil and water compensation, both construction, as well as fertigation. And the input integration gives the IWMTs advantages over the single-purpose technologies, for example, drought-tolerant varieties, in reducing the production loss induced by climate change. So in this study, we focus on the IWMT, taking the fertigation as an example. The fertigation synthesizes water and fertilizer nutrients by adding fertilizer into the irrigation system. As for the literature, previous studies have examined the nature of IWMT, but most of them focus on the observed factors, such as the farmers' characteristics and household characteristics. However, they pay less attention to the role of perceptions. Well, we know that perceptions are associated with adoption decisions, and the second part is how IWMT influences household well-being. Well, most of them have proved that IWMT adoption would influence farm outputs such as crop yield and household income. However, the direct impact of IWMT adoption is farmers' irrigation behavior, but the evidence on analyzing the relationship between IWMT adoption and irrigation performance, such as irrigation frequency and expenditure, is rare. So the objective of this study is to examine the nexus between smallholder farmers' perceptions, adoptions, and impact of IWMT, and we try to make 3 contributions to the existing literature. First, we investigate the correlation between and adoption decisions. And second, we consider farm performance from 2 aspects, including output and irrigation. And third, as farmers' decisions on IWMT tend to be self-determined, so we employ the propensity score matching, the PSM method, to address the self-selection bias. The second part is conceptual framework and empirical model. Well, we illustrate the influencing pathways of perceptions, adoptions, and impacts in Figure 1. Well, apart from observed factors illustrated at the left part of the Figure 1, including farmers' characteristics, farm and household characteristics, and location-specific characteristics, we expect that farmers' perceptions are associated with their adoption decisions. If they perceive that the IWMT could bring economic benefits, they are more likely to adopt it. On the other hand, if they have already adopted the IWMT, they would calculate the inputs and outputs associated with adoption. And the adoption would also affect their perception of IWMT. And we also expect that IWMT adoption would affect farmers' irrigation behavior as well as their farm inputs through 3 pathways: improving water efficiency, accelerating fertilizer uptake, as well as flexible irrigation and fertilization plan. And as for the irrigation indicator, we include irrigation frequency and irrigation expenditure. As for the farm output, we include banana yield, gross revenue, as well as net returns. As for the empirical model, well, there are many methods to address self-selection bias. But in this study, it is hard for us to find appropriate IV instrument model to employ for example, the IV instrument, the instrumental variable-based approach, such as the 2-stage instrumental variable approach, or the ESR model, or the recursive biaverage probability model. So we employ the PSM model for the empirical analysis, and also we use the IPW, or inverse probability weighted regression adjustment model for robustness check. The PSM model includes 2 stages. The first stage estimates the propensity score using to matching the samples, and it is estimated by a logit or probability model. So in this study, we estimate as using a logit model. After estimating the propensity score and matching the samples, we can estimate the average treatment effects on the treated, the ATT, in the second step. Well, here the ATT is illustrated in this equation. Previous studies have employed different methods to matching the samples. For example, the nearest neighbor matching, kernel-based matching, or caliper-based matching. For robustness check, we employ both nearest neighbor matching and kernel-based matching in this study. And the third part is data and summary statistics. The data used in this study were collected from a household survey in rural China in 2019. And we use multi-stage random sampling technique to select samples. And we purposely select Guangdong, Hainan, and Yunnan provinces in the first stage because it provides more than 60% of banana production in 2018 in China. Finally, we obtained 626 households in total, including 323 adopters and others are non-adopters. We first look at the summary statistics. Well, it shows that around 50% farmers have adopted IWMT, the fertigation in the banana cultivation. And table A1 presents the variable definitions of perception variables. Well, we include various perception variables. For example, we consider farmers' perceptions on the reduction in workload, fertilizer, and water, and also whether they have experienced water scarcity, and others are associated with their technology. For example, the technology similarity between IWMT and the traditional irrigation technology, and whether the IWMT is easier to operate, the operability, and economic benefit, whether IWMT could bring economic benefit. And to capture the peer effects, others influence, we also include others' attitude, whether others' attitude towards IWMT are supportive. Table 2 presents the main differences. Well, it shows that adopters tend to obtain higher banana yield and gross value, and the irrigated banana more times, but their expenditure on irrigation shows no differences with non-adopters. But the differences between control variables between the two groups are also statistically significant. So we need to employ the PSM model to address these observed heterogeneities. And the fourth part is the results and discussion. Well, we first look at the association between perceptions and adoption decisions. It shows that farmers' decisions on adopting IWMT is significantly correlated with workload, fertilizer, as well as water reduction. So the reduction in these in the inputs may be the key that affects farmers' adoption decisions, but their experience on water scarcity and the technology similarity are not significantly correlated with adoption decisions. The operability and economic benefits are positively associated with adoption decisions, so it may reflect that farmers adopt the IWMT because it could bring higher economic benefit. And also
you have 4 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. Others' attitude is also correlated with farmers' adoption decisions. And before we discuss the ATTs, we should test the matching quality, because a good matching quality will ensure the efficient estimation of the ATTs. So from table 2, A2 and figure A1, we can see that after matching, farmers' decisions, the samples are well matched after matching using both AAM and the KBM, the kernel-based matching. The statistics such as the R-square mean bias are significantly reduced, and the figure A1 also suggests a good common support for the PSM. And then we can discuss the ATTs estimated by the PSM estimator. Well, both AAM estimation and KBM estimation both show that adoption significantly increase banana yield, gross revenue, net returns, and irrigation frequency. But its effects on the irrigation expenditure is not significant. So it may indicate that IWMT would help farmers to irrigate banana more times, but it does not mean that more times irrigation lead to a higher expenditure. And then we also employ the IWRA estimator to conduct a robustness check, and the results show that the ATTs estimated by the PSM estimator is quite robust, because the ATTs are also significant for banana yield, gross revenue, net returns, irrigation frequency, but it is insignificant for irrigation expenditure. Well, the final part is concluded in the policy implication. Well, we can see that farmers' adoption decisions is correlated with some perception variables. For example, the workload, fertilizer, and water reduction, and operability, economic benefits, and also others altitude. And the ATT estimation shows that adoption could help farmers obtain a higher banana yield, gross revenue, and net returns, and help them to irrigate banana more times. But the estimation shows that its effects on the irrigation expenditure is not significant. And based on our findings, we provide some policy implications. First, well, since IWMT could help farmers obtain higher economic benefits, so the government could provide more guidelines or approaches to help farmers to perceiving the benefits. And also, as we find that farmers' decisions on adoption are affected by other observed factors, it is not appropriate to employ a one-fit-all policy, but different or targeted strategies are needed from farmers to increase their adoption decision. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Very clear and well presented. And so for the discussant, Abidir Paraya, doctoral research scholar, humanities and social sciences, India Institute of Technology in Kharagpur, India. Can you please provide your comments? The floor is yours. Thank you. Hi, you're muted if you're trying to speak. And if you can share your video, if you have the bandwidth, that's appreciated. If not, you don't need to.
So, yeah, is it visible?
Yeah, it is. Can you put it on full screen, please? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Young, for this nice presentation. So the study actually has 3 objectives. First objective is to investigate the nexus between banana farmers' participation of IWMT and their adoptions behavior. And the second objective is farm performance in terms of irrigation and farms output. And the last objective is that to examine the impact of IWMT adoption on banana yield, gross revenue, net returns, irrigation frequency, and expenditure in China. Show the data. Actually, here the stratified random sampling has been used, and in the first data, 3 provinces are taken, and from there 3 to 5 county was taken, and 2 towns and 2 villages from there randomly chosen, and from there 10 to 12 banana farmer households are taken, and here treatment groups are 332 households, and the control groups are 303 households, and total 6 to 6 households are taken for this study. So for first objective, the farmer perceptions and of IWMT and their adoptions behavior, Pearson correlation coefficient has been done, and here the study finds that workload, fertilizer reductions, water reduction, operability, economic benefit, and other attitudes are the significantly correlated to the IWMT adoptions, and the other 2 factors like water scarcity and technology similarity was insignificantly correlated with the IWMT. So for the here first for the methodological approach, here the mean division has been done for these 2 groups, control and treatment groups, and there we find there the study finds that the locational and locational soil type and market distance and age and gender, these variables has significant mean deviations, and the other 2 factors like farm size, other farm characteristics, and climate conditions like drought has insignificant mean deviations, and the significance has been tested by the t-test, and then after mean deviations, the studies try to calculate the propensity score for matching the control and treatment group in ideal situations, and for the matching techniques, nearest neighbors and kernel methods are taken, and for the after that the quality match quality test has been done, and Ronson test for significance of causal influence also done. The average treatment effect, after that average treatment effect has been done to analyze the impact of IWMT on the yield, gross revenue, and net returns, and the frequency on the frequency expected and the frequency of irrigations. Here where the study finds that there is significant impacts on yield, gross revenue, and net returns, and irrigation frequency, except the irrigation expenditure. So the observations, some observations and suggestions are, so here at the here the control groups actually don't have the exposure on IWMT adoptions, and the treatment groups has IWMT adoption of IWMT, but in case of table 3, figure 2, figure 3, here the studies try to find that for whole 626 groups has significant exposure on IWMT. So all the households they are providing the perceptions about the water reductions, lots of like economic benefits. If those control groups are not actually exposed to this IWMT, then how they are providing the perceptions on that technology adoptions? And if that's happened, then propensity score matching, that methodology cannot be used, because there is a weaker assumptions that those treatment group and the control groups does not indirectly affect each other. So authors have to see these tables and figures more carefully. So in that case, this methodology also be take care of Pearson correlation.
Can you please wrap up, please? Thank you.
Yes, and the observation in case of here you also in the figure you see that like when you are using propensity score matching, so it has its own limitations. One paper has been published in 2019, King and Nelson's, that why PMC method cannot be used and its limitations. So because if the randomness is increased over the times, if you see that the propensity score is higher in near to the 0.8 and near to the 0.2. So if that propensity score is more close to each other, then the segregations and the matching between the treatment and control groups will be much more inefficient. So the last are some other points as like effect of IWMT on outcomes.
Yeah, can you please wrap up quickly?
Yes, sorry. So it's the last slide. So the effect of IWMT actually the matching have been done in 3 processes: in nearest neighbor kernel and inverse proportionally weighted regression methods. So the study saying that the impact of this IWMT ranging from that thing to that from some point to from some percentage to some other percentage, that is not actually correct, because for each estimations the number of treatment and also control groups are different. So authors have to take care of these things. The sum of the percentage, like here if you see the tables, 0, 1 techniques are all the points are actually representing the percentage. So if you sum it, you will not find that this is not going to be 100. So authors have to take care, have to look into why this is actually coming this way, and the stratified random sampling, because there is a methodological statistical assumptions like that you cannot take more than 6 strata when you are doing stratified random sampling. Here you already use the 7 strata, so you have to look into that thing also. And the study is silent about the climate factors and the soil type in the discussion and result and discussion sections. So another these are the some editing issues I have found. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your thorough review and straightforward comments on that. I would like to open the floor to any questions. If people could raise their hand for okay. From Chang Fan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Professor Chen. I really enjoy your presentation. And I have 2 quick questions. First, I was just wondering that the effects of IWMT are more or less prominent for some subgroups of banana farmers. This is my first question. My second question is, why is it that you observed a significant impact on yield, grass revenue, etc., but not on irrigation expenditure? So that are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Liu. Thanks for your comments. Well, as for the first question, well, though the IWMT, the fertigation, the combination of fertilizers and irrigation, maybe it can be applied in different ways. For example, you can construct new pipes to transfer the water with the fertilizer. Also, you can use a simple way to conduct the fertigation. So in this study, we do not distinguish the specific ways that farmers apply their fertigation technology. So in the banana production, well, farmers may use different methods, strategies to conduct the fertigation. And for the second question, well, because the irrigation expenditure is only one source of the total cost. In this study, we consider the net returns as a total, the difference between gross revenue and total cost, because the fertigation or the irrigation will not only affect irrigation in itself, but it also affects the output, for example, the yield, and as well as the market performance. So it would help farmers to obtain a higher gross revenue, which may help them to obtain a higher net return. Although their total cost may also be high, but their the effects on net returns would eliminate the effects on the total cost. So the effects on irrigation expenditure may be insignificant, although we find that it increases gross value and net returns. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? People can raise their hand or put it in the chat box. Well, it looks like you've satisfied everybody with your paper here, so I don't see any more questions or comments. But thank you very much both for presenting as well as being a discussant. Much appreciated for your time. Thank you. So let's move on to our final set of papers and discussants for this morning's session. And this is on climate change and water-related threats in Indian Sundarbans, food security and management implications. The presenter is Preeta Datta, a research scholar from the Department of Humanities and Social Science from the Indian Institute of Technology in Kharagpur, India. Preeta, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So hello everyone, my name is Preeta and today I am here to present our study on climate change and water related threats in the Indian Sundarbans and its impact on the food security and possible management implications. So let me just start the presentation. Oh, slides are not moving, I think. Okay. So let me just start the presentation by giving a brief background about our study. So the Indian Sundarbans is a cluster of low-lying islands in the apex of Bay of Bengal, and it is also very famous for its unique mangrove forest and globally endangered species, and also it is a climate change hotspot, and it is also home to over 4.5 million people, and most of them are living below poverty level and have a low adaptive capacity for making adaptation. So in the past decades, the impact of climate change over this part of Sundarbans is extremely visible in terms of intense cyclonic events, erratic rainfall, rising sea levels, storm surges, floods, rising salinity, water logging, land erosion, subsidence, and so on. So here in this slide, I have presented how the temperature over this region is changing over the period of 1985 to 2015. So we can see here a clear upward trend in terms of summer temperature. So temperature is basically rising rapidly over this region. And also there is no particular trend in the monsoon precipitation, although it is highly variable. Like in some years it is like rainfall is deficit than the normal, and in some years it is excess. So the rainfall is basically erratic, and also the frequency and intensity of some extreme weather events like tropical storms, cyclones have been increased over here, and most of them are highly destructive. Like in this figure, like 1F, we can see the wind speed of these destructive events are mostly more than 200 km/h, which is highly destructive, and also sometimes it is even crossing 300 km/h. So here I have presented some of the samples taken from the river water. It is showing the salinity level. So in most of the cases, the river salinity is extremely high, and it has even crossed 15 ppt, which is non-drinkable at all. And also in the tubewell waters, which is commonly used for drinking over this region. So here also the ppt salinity has increased about more than 1 ppt, which is non-drinkable. The usually acceptable limit is below 1 ppt. And so all these water related threats at Indian Sundarbans could have far-reaching impacts on the food security under climate change due to the underlying interconnectedness of these hydrological systems with its social, cultural, and economic dimensions. However, we found that past studies which were conducted over this region primarily focused on bringing out the impacts of climate change, what kind of hydrophysiographic changes have appeared over this region, which impeded paying specific attention to food security. Also, there are evidences of hunger, then anemia among the women, and also studies have emphasized that a lack of appropriate mitigation and adaptation strategies for addressing the climate change related risks is increasing the hunger risks over this region. So with this background, we conducted our study. First, we compiled all the scattered information on the water-related threats under climate change on the 4 pillars of food security, that is food availability, access, utilization, and stability dispersed across the literature. Second, we verified these identified impacts by involving some key experts from this field, which helped us improve the comprehension of these outcomes. And we also to develop some adaptation and mitigation strategies, we conducted a Delphi study by involving the key experts to identify some strategies to address the food security in light of the climate change induced water related threats over this region. So here I have presented how we have conceptualized food security in our study. So basically we have taken 4 pillars, that is availability, that is the physical availability of food, access, its economic and physical access to food, and food utilization is basically the fulfillment of food potential via nutrition, cooking, and health. And stability here refers to the stability of these other 3 pillars like availability, access, and utilization over the period of time without any disruption. So here I have presented the methodological chart which we have followed in this study. Like in step 1, we started with the desk review approach, and we identified the impacts of climate change and water related threats from the available literature. Second step, we have recruited experts to verify this identified impact and to develop management strategies. And we identified experts who had sufficient knowledge on the climate change impacts and water related threats over the Indian Sundarbans. And also we conducted one Delphi study in the 3rd round. In our Delphi study, there were 3 rounds for identifying the management strategies and generating agreement on the top rated management strategies. So in this slide, I have presented the results, that is the impact of water-related threats under climate change on the food availability. So here we found that most of the studies reported a massive yield loss is a annual phenomenon over this region due to the cyclone, storm surges, floods, waterlogging, and also due to the increased salinity. So the yield has been decreased substantially, basically for the rice, and also there is a lack of arable land due to the increased salination over the soils, and also fish population has declined to a great extent due to the rising salinity of the inland fisheries, and also due to the sea surface temperature rise. In terms of food access, as the productivity has decreased to a great extent, the livelihoods of the people, which is traditionally based on agrofishing activities, it has declined and profitability has decreased, and also it has caused limitations to purchase food, and also displacement of communities by extreme weather events create a lot of challenge for accessing food to them, because there are not a sufficient number of cyclone shelters are available. Also, there is a great impact of food utilization because the salinity has increased, and it is causing reduced access to potable water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities. Also, a number of waterborne diseases and other infectious diseases increase following the floods and other cyclonic events. So the food stability is also going to be impacted because there is a possibility of further extension and intensification of weather related events. Like there would be a greater uncertainty of food availability, accessibility, and utilization due to the increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. Like here, some of the islands have already submerged, and with the continuation, more are expected to submerge in the seawater. So it can cause an increased rate of migration and conflict. Migration is already happening in this region to a great extent. So it can basically increase this incident and cause disruption in terms of food availability, accessibility, and utilization, that is threatening the food stability part. So we have identified some management strategies by the Delphi study. So our experts suggested that most of the aspects which are threatening the availability that can be tackled by constructing scientifically designed embankments, because here embankments are earthen and also not scientifically designed at all, and also restoring the mangrove areas and planting more mangroves in the periphery areas to offset the impacts of sea level rise and also the impacts of cyclonic events and stronger winds. Also to increase the access dimension of food security, there is a need to increase the cyclone shelters with adequate facilities, and also there is a need to generate more awareness about the different government schemes, and also there is a need to increase the availability of food aids during the extreme climatic events, and also the utilization aspect could be improved via the development of and repairing the existing non-functioning tube wells and educating people more about the maintenance of hygiene, and for maintaining the stability, continuous monitoring of different changes in the physical setup, like the tidal fluctuations, the pH variations and salinity need to be checked to support the regeneration and colonization of suitable mangrove species for restoring the ecosystem services over this region. And also there is a need for a continuous coordination and communication between the government, non-government organization and other stakeholders with the inhabitants for building climate resilient livelihoods. So in this study, we basically found that the identified impacts of how the water related threats are really impacting the food accessibility, availability, utilization, as well as stability. Also, we conducted one Delphi study to bring out some management strategies. So based on our understanding and overall findings, it could be said that to secure the food security over this region, there is a necessity of local level adaptations, like building the scientifically designed embankments, also the plantation of mangroves, and also increasing the access to potable waters. Also, there is a need of for global level mitigation initiatives, because at this situation and at this point, the adaptations might not give a good result without mitigation initiatives. So many adaptations might fail even in long run or in near future. So there is always a need for bringing this local level adaptation in tandem with the global level mitigation initiatives. So this is the basic recommendation of our study. So here I am ending my presentation, and thank you all for listening. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much for getting through that. I think you've set the record for the most information in the shortest amount of time today.
Thank you.
And appreciate that, but very interesting and very complicated and interesting ecosystem too. So for the discussant, I'd like to present Tong-An Tran, Research Fellow, School of Geography, Earth and Atmospheric Science, Faculty of Science, University of Melbourne, Australia. Tong, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. You hear me well?
We can hear you. Yeah. Can you put your presentation on full screen, please?
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So that's my comments for the paper presented, focuses on the case study in Indian Surbadans in the food security and management implications. So just pretty quick, because I believe that the way that I comment on this paper is just because, most of the papers submitted to these conferences tend to be considered for publication in the International Journal of Water Resource Development. So the way that I comment on the paper is just try to improve the quality of the paper in order to be qualified for the publication. So given that, I provide some, three sort of comments. The first one, a general comments. So for this manuscript, I think when I read through this one, I believe that the authors put a lot of effort into, developing, conceptualizing the concepts, trying to use the methods in order to, review a lot of papers, publication to put things together into the manuscript. But that's a great effort. I appreciate it a lot. And the paper presents, very interesting and very excellent finding from the use of Delphi study on the case study. And the authors also present, two key results, and the indication of climate change on agriculture sector and the livelihoods, as and food security and food utilization, and also the impacts of water extremes on the food security. But there's something I think that we need to consider in order to improve the quality of the paper. That's something that need to take into consideration. So it comes to my specific comments. And the first one, I go through the introduction. I think introduction, the authors put a lot of interesting points, putting together different sorts of information, focusing on the issue under study. But I think it's kind of lengthy to some extent, but I think that's the authors need to consider if they can shorten the section a little bit, especially in lines 68, 75, and page number 4. I just wonder whether the authors trying to present the contribution of the study, or the way that the authors try to present how the data was collected. So if that's the case, I think it's better for the authors to move it to the methodology section. Another section, another thing is from introduction section is page number 4, line 91, 93. The authors provided direct code from FAO 2016. But I think in this case, in order to do that, you have to put the page number for that, following the codes. Regarding the methodology, I think I love reading this section a lot. So they go through, as the author just presented, I think is the DAS review, there's a hard word, I guess. But I think that, for example, page number 6, line 150, 151. So I think it's the authors try to put the full list of review studies or literature and the supplementary material. But I think it's important for the authors that they need to justify how the review section, how to literature review, helps develop the 4 pillars of food security and respective strategies. For example, like availability, access, utilization, and sustainability that the authors presented at the table number 1. I think you have to tease out more, how the way that you review the literature and how that effort helps you enable you to develop the 4 pillars of these, the 4 pillars that I just presented here. I think, you put the size of Indian surveillance that, in the figures that I just presented in your presentation, you put it in the findings. But I think I didn't see that the way it reported in the methodology section. I think is to make sure everything is clear, and then if you until I read the findings, I can say, okay, there's kind of the size that you selected for your findings. I'm not sure what type of source that you withdraw from in order to develop, present the findings over here, but in the methodology section, I didn't see that. So you have to take that into consideration as well. For the Delphi study, that's excellent section. But the thing is, page number 7, like 158, and the reference like Stone and Todor's is rather old. I just wonder whether you can find some other source regarding the use of Delphi study for as a reference for your paper. Continuing with this section, in terms of recruiting experts, I just wonder whether, because in your manuscript, I didn't see the way how do you approach the experts for interviews. How do you just the matter of clarifying it in the section, and just present who they are, and then are they local international experts in the field, because I didn't see that you put in your paper. In the first round, again, your last review has developed 4 pillars, but I think it's better for you to clarify a little bit. And the second round and the third round, until I read through the finding section, I come with a list of strategies. But I think it's for the second round and third round, you need to refer the audience to, okay, the way that you develop the list of strategies in the second round and also in the third round, and the difference between these 2 rounds. okay, the main part of your manuscript, the result discussion. Okay, so I went through all of these sections, like, okay, so for example, like lines 223, page number 9, 274, page 11. It's a kind of long, the long sections, the long paragraphs. I think it seems that you did not present the findings, because the findings, the empirical findings that comes out from the experts' comments on you know, the items that you developed to show them, and then provides, you know, the agreement on that. But it seems, you know, all of these just present a kind of the summary of the study, the findings from relevant literature. So I just wanted, you shouldn't do that, but I just tell you more on how to do that in the last section. And also the same problem has, you know, to do with the other sections of another parts of the subsection of the result and discussion. Yes, and right, and the Delphi identification and the most relevant measurement strategy and policy. For example, line 425 and 436 on page 16, you need to present in the methodology section. Okay, so for a conclusion, you know, section, the last one, it's very interesting, but I think it's the last part, the last paragraph, because you address the limitation of study. I think is you should, instead of, you know, bring all of these into the conclusion section, you should, you know, split that and put it in the standalone section. This is my last comments on the all of these. In terms of length, I think in the journals, like for example, for abstract, we have like 100 words maximum, but here you have 120. The manuscript has more than 10,000 words, but I think is the maximum for the standardized paper for the journal is like, you know, 8,000 words. And my key question is, why didn't you relocate and analyze the strategies in section 4.2 within the 4 pillow section in section 4.1, and by that you can extend, you can, you know, discuss the findings, you know, in relevance to you know, connection to the relevant studies or literature, the one that you just mentioned earlier. Just try, it's one way to for you to, you know, to limit the numbers of words in the paper. And the last one is, you know, you're going to check the typos throughout the paper. And so thank you for that, and good luck with your paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tong, for your very thorough comments and practical suggestions, and I'm sure it's appreciated by the author. So now let's move to an open Q&A. I have one in the chat box I'll start with, and then Bidur has his hand up, so let me go ahead. So here is a comment from Arpita Das. Apart from migration, what other strategies do the residents have what other strategies have the residents adopted to tackle water-related threats in a community level, if any?
Yes, I would like to address this. Apart from migration, they have started like adopting some, you know, this salinity tolerant varieties of different paddies, and also they are adopting like, you know, this some rising the heights of the dikes around the pond, so that the saline water can enter in the ponds, and also they have started some, you know, this the strategies for you know, this diversification and betel nut farming and all. So there are plenty of strategies they have applied, but since the intensity of these cyclonic events and all are increasing day by day, so they face a lot of difficulties in terms of this food availability as well as accessibility, because their, you know, this livelihood is threatening due to the impacts of climate change, and their profitability has also decreased. So there is some necessity to on building the embankments and also plantation of mangroves. I feel. I hope I answered this question.
Yeah, I think that was a thorough answer. Let's go to Bidur, Haria.
Yeah. So my question is that here you see in your conceptual framework you present that accessibility and stability in India, mainly in West Bengal in Sundarban region, the people are only rely on PDS, means public distribution systems, the rationing systems. After Amphan, after I think Ayla cyclone, that cyclone hits Sundarban region, every households are getting like 16 kg rice weekly basis and monthly basis, and that is continued over time. The study is totally silent about PDS systems, and it's all about the food security, how you tackle this problem, like how you tackle this area. And other thing is that if you look into the Gosawa, this blocks region, like close to the Sundarban area, where the cyclones hit the most, the people are actually rely on the CPR, common property resource, like fishing and collecting honey from the forest. And right now, lots of NABARD projects are actually coming into that area and to support them. So these things are actually not missing, is missing. And the other thing is that land use pattern, like because of the salinity and other things, people are converting their agricultural land to others. That thing also I'm not seeing here. So that was my questions, how you saw these things.
Yeah, and coming to your first question, that was on how the PDS system and all are not reflecting, because we first identified the impacts of climate change, and we were very specific what were the impacts of climate change on the water related systems, and we identified some, and we only focused on identifying those water related threats, how they can impact the food security dimension. So basically, after just following the cyclonic events or extreme weather events and floods, they face a tremendous amount of insecurity in terms of food. And also we got the evidences from multiple literature supporting our statements and findings. And also coming back to our second question, that is that we got some strategies to change for the land use patterns and all. So also there were conflicts between the experts who are this involved in the Delphi study. So there were some conflicts, like even after the land use changes, they said that the residents are not able to get the maximum benefit even after changing the land use. Also, I feel that that in some cases, like our study was conducted like taking the Indian Sundarbans as a one unit of study, so there could be regional variations in the findings. So we have recommended that in future some micro level empirical studies could be conducted to enrich our findings, and also to generate some more new insights, because we have generated these insights taking the entire area as a single unit of study. So it is a limitation, and also we have directed it as a future direction for further studies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for that response. If anybody else has a question, can you please put it in the Q&A or raise your hand? And I don't see any other questions from anybody. So I think everybody is satisfied. A very interesting morning. I really appreciate everybody's time, both the presenters and the discussants. Various set of issues of estimation techniques, but also a very good focus on the policy implications and discussion of the policy implications from the findings, which is most important for this. And again, Dil, do you want to come in? Do you have any comments? I see your face here.
No, actually, like we'd like to hear from you from the ground experience that you had. So we are looking forward to hearing your views on all the papers, as well as also your views on like water security, which could help in food security. So that's something that that I would just like to point it out.
Okay, but I think in the meantime, Raja has raised his hand, and so I'll go ahead here.
Yeah, sorry. I think, yeah, I just had one small comments, or maybe it's like more like suggestion to the presenter. I think, like, yes, he has conducted some interviews, and I think there are some ways in which nowadays we can do a content analysis. So I would suggest that she could do some kind of content analysis then, which can be basically checked later on with some statistical tools, like what kind of concept and ideas those each experts bring into the table, and like how much there are kind of alike of ideas and the differences in the ideas, and what kind of solidarities even those different experts has towards the issue, which can be even done with some kind of statistical analysis. I think that will really strengthen the finding of the paper. So yeah, I will suggest that authors to more dig into those kind of techniques available. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your suggestion. I really like this, and I will try to incorporate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Raja, for your comment. In terms of my view, I mean, I think groundwater is always an interesting topic. And again, I think it's an area that deserves more focus. You know, recently it was the UN thematic focus for water. But you know, in the presentations on groundwater, I think we saw two different kind of angles on it, but it confirmed what I think all of us already know, that groundwater can be a great thing, but it needs to be managed appropriately, and it varies tremendously spatially on whether it's a great thing or not in terms of the resource table, as well as the policy environment that affects the use of groundwater, you know, that was mentioned in the keynote presentation, and I think goes through how can we get effective measures to do that, and especially when I think, you know, it's quite clear that with subsidies and also the, you know, cheap pumps, solar as well as just diesel pumps, that you end up getting a very low shadow price and actual value of the water. And how can we go about addressing that? That is a huge challenge. And again, it comes down to a behavioral change if there isn't that economic incentive there. So one, we either need to put that economic incentive in place, which when you have millions of tube wells and smallholder farms is quite difficult. But then we have to come down to behavior change or some way to communicate those messages to those farmers. And again, that can be through collective action and water user groups, even with pumped water. I think it's interesting to see that we see these in Datta's paper, Preeta's paper, the impacts of climate change are already, you know, I think everybody, it's not a question of when the climate change is here, but just looking at what the impacts are and the mitigation strategies that communities are using to address this. This is, I think, going to be an area that's going to require tremendous research, because to help make that transition easier. And it's an area that we have to put emphasis. I mean, farmers and communities always find ways to adapt by themselves, simply because they have no choice in many cases. But if we can put more research on how we can make this transition in these areas where we know there will be changes, and try to help communities and as well as larger scale agriculture adapt to these changes with some kind of foresight and planning versus just reactive mode. Again, this is an area where I think this research is critical in helping to facilitate these transitions to secure not only water, but importantly, the livelihoods for the people who are going to be affected by these changes. In terms of, for water security, ADB publishes Asian Water Development Outlook, and, we have economic water security as one of the 5 key dimensions, and we just updated this in 2020. But economic water security is also lumps together agriculture and industry and economic use as a whole. And in looking at water security, though, I do believe that agriculture, and also given the current food security situation that we're facing, which I'm seeing, I believe, is a temporary situation, but that's not to say there won't be tipping points to make it a permanent situation. So again, looking at water security, the relationship to food security, and the relationship to climate, and how we can go about addressing that. It deserves special attention, simply because obviously irrigation and farming is the largest water use, and food security is critical to everybody's well-being. So again, I want to come back to why this conference, I think, is so important, and it couldn't be more timely or on a more important subject than looking at water resources management and food security under climate change. And I'm sure there have been and there will continue to be many events on similar themes, and just pleased to see the innovative research going on, and that ADBI has chosen to focus on this, and also the involvement of so many up and coming scholars is also highly appreciated. I think that's important, because that's where our solutions and the future lies. Dil, back to you if you want to wrap up.
Thank you very much, Tom. We really appreciate your final remarks. You managed to summarize everything that was discussed here, and also brought in many things from your own experience that you had in developing Asia. I know you have been traveling across developing Asia, trying to look into issues related to water security. So you have very valuable ground, really policy relevant, and also some the scalable ideas. So that's why we are very grateful that you took time for us. I know you're very busy. You are transiting in Korea now. Despite that, you attended this conference. It only shows that how committed you are to the issues of water, and that itself shows that water is very important agenda, and we all need to work together. If we don't act fast, and if we don't act quick, we are going to face severe consequences in future. So you have really proven that by making time for us. You are busy and you are traveling. Thank you so much, Tom. We would like to express our gratitude to you, and also we'd like to thank Theo for his keynote, Dean for the opening remarks, and all the presenters who have come here to discuss the issue of water. I think water is a very important issue, and that's why you all are here, because you want to make a change. You want to contribute to water security and making this planet a better future. So would like to give a big hands to Tom, to Theo, and to all of you. Thank you so much.
And to the organizers. Thank you, ADBI and ADBI team, for your work to put this together. Thank you very much. And thanks for the opportunity. It was a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. We look forward to, doing more work in this area together with ADB.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome back you all back to this conference on climate, water, and agriculture, food security for the second session. So before we actually start, maybe it's nice if we can take a photographs because many of you were not present in the morning session, so it would be nice. So should we all put on our camera and take a shot?
Yeah.
Great, nice. Tilak, Dr. Netra, would you like to put on your camera? Yoshida-san. Yes, great.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tilak.
Apology, I just ran out from the other.
See, I can imagine like you are very busy. Thank you for making time for us. So we were actually planning to take a picture. So Roxanne, shall we go ahead with a picture?
Yes. Okay, so please let me count from 1 to 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So before we start this afternoon session, I'd like to introduce our chair for these afternoon sessions. Many of you may know Dr. Netra. Dr. Netra actually comes from Cambodia. She is the executive director for Cambodia Development Research Institute. If any of you want to do anything in Cambodia, you should contact Dr. Netra. She's a great researcher, and we have been interacting for quite some time. So Dr. Netra has a long and distinguished career in development policy research, specializing in governance and inclusive society, along with research management and policy influencing. Her current appointment as an executive director of CDRI caps a history of managerial and leadership positions over a 15 years research career at the Institute. She has overseen many research studies that have produced original, high quality, locally owned research in Cambodia's political and institutional transformations over the past 20 years. Dr. Netra is also active in a range of international and regional network of governance and development scholar, and has published in international peer-reviewed journals and book. Dr. Netra received her PhD in political science from Monash University in 2015 with a dissertation titled The Political Economy of Decentralization Reform in Cambodia. Thank you, Dr. Netra, for finding time for us. I know you were very, very busy. You had to leave other conference and join us. We are delighted to have you. And with this, I'd like to hand over the floor to you, Dr. Netra. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deal, for also the invitation. I'm quite pleased to doing this because research is my passion. That's why I keep doing this work and staying at CDI, Cambodia Independent Research Institution. So as Dr. Deal mentioned, if any of you are in Phnom Penh, please do come and visit, and we'll try our best to support your work. Yes. Without further ado, I would now like to start our program. I believe now we come to paper 5, water retention for agricultural resilience in the Vietnamese Mekong Delta towards integrated gray-green solutions. And this will be presented by Dr. Thung An Tran, Research Fellow, School of Geography, Earth, Atmospheric Sciences, Faculty of Science, University of Melbourne, Australia. That's nice. I was in Melbourne as well, but at Monash. So please, you do have around 15 minutes for your presentations.
Okay, so thank you so much for your kind introduction, Dr. Netra. Actually, I'm gonna travel to Cambodia like this next month for the field work. So yeah, hopefully you get a chance to catch up with you anyway. Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah. So thank you for that. So okay, I'm not sure you see my presentation.
Yes, but if you can make it into a full screen mode.
Yeah. Is that all right? Okay, so yeah, so thank you, and I hope everyone enjoyed the lunch break. So today we're coming to the conference with the presentation on water intention, and this is this very critical challenge for in terms of water governance and water management in the context of the Vietnamese Mekong Delta, which is under the couple the compounding impacts of climate change that we discussed a lot this morning, and also the transboundary environment impacts driven by hydropower dam development in the upstream Mekong region. So yeah, so today I just shared a case study in the Vietnamese Mekong Delta, and how water retention has been undertaken across the scales on the ground. So then ways forward towards the integration of the solutions of the gray and green solutions to support water retention. So this is something I just go quickly on this content, just to get a snapshot on the hydroecological characteristics of the VMD, sorry. And also, but following that, I just present kind of very quick description of how the climate and development nexus facing the Vietnamese Mekong Delta at the moment. By that, I just to focus a little bit, just present very quickly on water disruption. I think it's a big problem facing the upper part of the Mekong Delta, as well as the saltwater intrusion facing the coastal zone of the Mekong Delta. And just present to you the case studies in this study. Two separate provinces, An Giang located in the upper part, and also the Bến Tre province located in the coastal zone of the Mekong Delta. And solution to water retention and ways forward for sustainable water development in the region. Okay, just first of all, I would like to walk you through some kind of description of the hydrological characteristics of the Vietnamese Mekong Delta. So you can see on the map there's three main zones that made it of the Mekong Delta in Vietnam. So for the upper Delta zone, you can see the blue portion on the upper part of the Mekong Delta, with the land area of more than 1 million hectare. And this region is annually exposed to flooding on a wide scale. And also because of this, local people, they practice mainly on rice and also fruits and freshwater agriculture. They take advantage of the local ecosystem. The second zone is located in the middle part of the Mekong Delta, and it has an area of more than 1,500,000 hectares. And this is located between the two zones, the upper part and on the lower part. So there's kind of the mix of freshwater and brackish and saltwater ecosystems here. That's why that allows local people to practice a wide range of farming systems, like rice. I think it's rice rations, a farming system in the Mekong Delta. So it's almost everywhere. But in this particular zone, you can see a lot of different types of farming systems, including rice or fruits and some other farming practices as well. And this region is subject to water intrusion, especially in the dry season. And the last zone in the Mekong Delta is like a coastal zone. And this area is located, you can see the border with the East Sea and also in the Gulf of Thailand on the west. We call it in the West Sea. And this region, because of is located adjacent to the sea, so is annually subject to saltwater intrusion, and things are getting more serious over the last few years. And in here, local people take advantage of the local environment to practice different kind of farming systems like practice or saltwater, like farming systems like stream or the integrated systems like stream and rice production system, stuff like that. And overall, we have like, the total area of land in this in the region is like nearly 4 million hectares, and of which like 65% devoted to agriculture, I just mentioned earlier. And the region plays a key role in national economy in terms of agriculture and fruit, and especially rice. And we export a lot of rice and also fish to the world. Okay, so this then the next thing is just present something about the climate development nexus or complexities facing the Mekong region. And two main things. The first one is external drivers. The first one, as I said earlier, it's like this, you see the rampant hydropower dam development in the Mekong region, especially in the Chinese territory. You can see 11 dams under operation, and also some, 2 dams has been in operation in Laos territory, and some other, in plan, and different types of, building or in plan to be built in the future. And the second driver is annual effects. So you can see over the last few years, we experienced like, of course, you can see, for example, like you live in the Mekong region, we all know that we face with low rainfall and extended droughts or rising temperature, and this caused a lot of complexities for the Mekong Delta of Vietnam, in this located in the southernmost of region of the Mekong region. The second driver that matter of the complexity facing the MDV is the internal drivers. So something relevant to the dike systems. You can see over the last, since 1990s, the state government, the national as well as the local governments try to build a lot of dike systems like to support the intensive rice production. They build a lot of canals as well, especially in the late 1990s. The state government also built a lot of canals in order to drain flood waters out of the Mekong Delta in order to allow to create space for rice production. And this very strategic policy that has a lot of complex consequences that we're facing at the moment. The third one is the lack of coordination between jurisdictions across the Mekong Delta, between the dike versus the non-dike areas, as well as the upper part versus the lower part zones of the Mekong Delta. Okay, so following this, just we facing water description, to substantial water description, especially that occur in the upper Mekong Delta, especially in you see in the zone, the deep flooding zone that I just mentioned to you earlier. And in this, you see here in the figure that characterize the variation of flood peaks in one of these tributaries, one of the two main rivers in the Vietnamese Mekong Delta is in the Dinh or Mekong River, or we call it Dinh River in Vietnam. This is one of here in the Gaten Station in Tân Châu in An Giang Province from 2020. And you can see the kind of the variation of flood peaks over the years. But they see the more frequency of low floods is under or equal to 400 centimeters. You can see more red bars, taking place over the last in recent years. I think and you can imagine that can experience like more complexity and more certainty in terms of flood peaks over the next few years. Okay, and on the other end of the Mekong River, the Mekong Delta in the coastal zone, we experience saltwater intrusion, and you see in the figure, see the saltwater intrusion in 2019 is kind of more serious than the event in 2015, and you see the boundary salinity line of 4 ppt, it's like intruded very deeply into the mainland, and it's causing a lot of catastrophe and damages in terms of agricultural crops faced by the local communities, farming communities in the region. Okay, so by that, we're gonna this particular study focused on two main case studies, like An Giang province located in the upper delta, and number two, Bến Tre province located in the coastal zone of the Mekong Delta. So just a very quick description of the study areas. For An Giang province, we exposed to recurring disruption of floodwater of the Mekong River, and induced by the complexity of the hydropower dams that I just mentioned earlier, and also climate change. But in Bến Tre province, located in the geographical locations of Bến Tre province, located in the coastal zone, we frequently exposed to the saltwater intrusion, and things is getting more complex over the last few years, and sea level rise, or there are some kind of options in order to be undertaken in order to control the situation. For example, in An Giang province, because of we experience floods. Historically we experienced high floods. During the 1980s, the national, or as well as the local governments, they built a lot of large-scale flood control system. But in Bến Tre province, they build sewage systems, or sea dikes, or salinity control embankments as well. So let's just go very quickly on the livelihoods I just mentioned earlier. Anyway, okay, so just mentions a little bit about the water extension solutions that have been undertaken, that has been put in place in the Mekong Delta. For example, in the upper part of the Mekong Delta, like for example, An Giang province, you can see in the figure, in the picture, the floods, the water, it can be stored on the rice fields. For example, in here we have like one of the very widely known flood control and irrigation systems in An Giang province is, we call it the Bắc Vam now, or North Vam now, irrigation systems. And we got the technical support from the Australian government in building this kind of system, and that allows the local farmers to control the floods, and also it allows local farmers to practice rice production. And there are about 23 or 24 compartments within the system. And, every year, some of the compartments has been made available for restoring, retaining or storing floods water. And this, one of the, the photos, just sketches or, portrays, how flood water is stored in a compartment. And you see culturally, I'm not sure in Cambodia, but in Vietnam, maybe it's Mekong Delta, many rural household, they have a small orchards in the backyard, in the front yard, and then usually they grow some kind of fruits. They have orchards, and also they build the ponds there in order to provide irrigation for the crops or for the orchards. And this also the means for local household to store water as well in times of droughts or reduced rainfall. Okay, and another one is people can store water in the canal systems, and see in the Vietnam Mekong Delta we have crisscross canal systems, and this it provides a raised space for people or for the local government to store water in support of rice production or local household consumption during the dry season. The wetlands, we have some wetland systems surrounding the Vietnam Mekong Delta, and this kind of one of this the wetland system in An Giang province, if you can store a lot of water, providing the place for people to come to do some kind of it can become like this. It can serve as a relaxation entertainment site for people to go fishing or rowing the boats around the wetlands, or and also serve as the right spot for storing water, especially during the flood season, where we receive a lot of so much water in the dry in the flood season, and make it available for the dry season, especially for those who live in nearby the wetlands and these wetlands. And another one is, recently the new strategy, the new policy promoted by the local and national government is to transform the river system into the reservoir systems. And here one of the example of the Balai sluice system in Bến Tre province. And here, we have, Balai River, and the river has been, set up. The local government set up to build the sluice system, and they try this kind of system is there are two main purposes. The first one is to control the saltwater intrusion into the river. The second purpose is to make it available to just like turn it into the reservoir. The kind of engineering system is a built-in reservoir system in order to retain fresh water and make it available for local communities living around. And the reservoir can provide fresh water for freshwater-based agricultural production, as well as agriculture or household consumption as well. Okay, so so just kind of something about the ways water is stored in two case studies in the Vietnamese Mekong Delta. But what is the ways forward to ensure that we can manage water sustainably in response to the incremental impacts of climate change, as well as the uncertainty or complexities of hydropower dam construction upstream. From presentation, you can see that there's evidence of water intention, and the water extension has been undertaken at various scales, and at the household, at the farm level, at the household level, and also at the landscape level as well. And you see that from the evidence that's just presented, there's the evidence of freeing, and solutions for water retention through the wetland system or the Ray reservoirs. And the Ray solutions in terms of canals or reservoir. So that means the river has been translated into the reservoir. In order to retain water. There's evidence of that taking place on the ground. And okay, so what is the ways forward? Besides there's a tendency to integrate the rain and the ray resolutions to make sure that we have the capacity to store as much water as possible and make it usable for agriculture production. It's important to try to integrate the livelihood activities, or tourism is one important sector that we can create a revenue or increase income for local people who live who live nearby the system. And also one of the key things in terms of water governance, in order to make sure that we can manage the water sustainably, we have to develop a mechanism to make sure that the water can be equally shared among people, among groups, or for those who live across different places in the Mekong Delta. And there should be a kind of water use payments mechanism across different places. They had a mechanism for sharing water, for in regions located in the upper versus and the lower part of the Mekong Delta. So importantly, I think it's very that's very critical to I think is on the broader scale, not just kind of to go beyond the the narrow geographical scale of the Mekong Delta. In this case, we have to take actions in terms of we reach out to communicate or collaborate with some other countries and the regions. Like in this case, the governments in the Mekong Delta need to talk or engage directly or reactively with the national and regional institutions. Like we have in the national level, at the national level, we have Vietnam National Mekong Committee based in Hanoi, or at regional level, we have Mekong River Commission, or Mekong Lanzia Mekong Corporation framework, of kind of institutions are important, and that we need to raise the issue. Okay, the water issues facing the Vietnamese Mekong Delta over the last few years, and then we can engage in the more productive dialogues or engagement with them, with the partners, in order to make sure we have water and not too much water or too little water, and then to make sure we can, that allows us to manage the water sustainably in the Mekong Delta of Vietnam. So that's something about just very quick presentation on my study, and then I'm looking forward to your comments and questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thong An Phan. I would now like to invite our discussion for the paper, Dr. Ratna Reddy Pipala, Director for the Economics, Livelihoods, Natural Resource Management Institute in India. Sorry, I think since the presentation actually ran a little bit over time, would you be kind to reduce your intervention to maybe 7 minutes?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, this paper is a very interesting, and it moves in a right direction as it sets itself in a broader context of nature-based or natural capital-based solutions, which are more sustainable in the long run when compared to the technological or infrastructure-based solutions. And the second broader aspect it covers is the integration of green and gray solutions, which is the way forward for all the new policies and policy making bodies to look at the integration of various aspects rather than working in silos kind of thing. But this integration becomes complex, and it becomes difficult where to stop the boundaries, what are the boundaries for this integration, and to close the loops in a logical fashion. And in this context, like in the context of water management and all, our natural resource management, institutional environment becomes very critical for the effectiveness and sustenance of these integrated solutions, both from the community level to the national level. Various levels of institutional dimensions need to be looked into. And of course, this is, I'm going to skip it. It is based on 2 case studies and all. And key observations are, as we said, that there is a paradigm shift in water management from water expulsion to water retention, and it adopted different scales, that is household to farm and landscapes. And it is nice to see that there is a change in the mindset at the national and local government and moving towards the integrated approach of gray and green solutions. Having said that, I have a few comments to make in terms of the conceptual framework which was developed. It gives a subsection, but it is not fully developed, I feel, because it talks about resilience and green versus gray solutions, but there is no proper linkages between them and the processes, how it works through when reaching the outcomes or the impacts kind of thing. And database, I feel a bit weak, only 13 in-depth interviews in both regions together, if I understood correctly, and 2 workshops, and workshop participants numbers are not given, I think, in the paper. And more importantly, when you are talking about integration, and there are a lot of trade-offs always happens between different types of solutions, especially when you are talking about irrigation development, where we have to look at the economic rationale for different types of interventions, gray versus green, to suggest or convince the policymakers in the right direction. I think that is very important. And institutional environment is totally, I feel, is missing in terms of discussing at the local level institutions, how you are going to address the sustainable management of these green solutions, especially at the village level, because we are talking about household to landscape levels. I think that needs to be addressed more systematically, looking at the present systems and what are the system institutional assessment, institutional arrangements that are required, because these are some of these things require regular maintenance at the household level, at the farm level, especially. Landscape levels, maybe at the macro level it may move on, but at the farm level kind of things needs regular maintenance, which needs financial allocations and a systematic approach to sustain them in the long run. This is like we have done a similar study, not similar. It's we call it underground taming of floods for irrigation, which looks at some of the technical aspects of storing the water at the household to village level. This study was actually basically first tested in Thailand, then implemented in Uttar Pradesh, India, where we have to see that geohydrology and biophysical aspects play an important role in terms of identifying the sites, the right sites for that kind of storage systems and all. I think here we are talking about only the surface systems, but still I'm not sure whether you can look into these things for the groundwater storage as well. Even surface systems need the geohydrology aspects. And these location of at the household and farm level needs social acceptance. The household level, farm level, we had a lot of difficulty in identifying the farm ponds or the village ponds to set up these technical infrastructure to tap the flood waters. So that's where the social dimensions comes in and plays a very important role in identifying these sites and all. And that's what we're saying, that the integration makes it more complex. We have to go beyond gray and green solutions. We have to look at the socioeconomic aspects, institutional aspects to make it a more logical. You can't include everything and all the things, but at least we have to see that how we can logically close the loop to arrive at the sustainable water resource management. That's what more comprehensive approach is required, I feel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ratna. I would now like to invite questions from our audience. Actually, there is one question in the Q&A box. Dr. Thong, would you like to respond to the question?
Yeah, okay, so I got a question from Professor Nsef. Yeah, I would like to respond to his question. So the issue of coordination of sluice-gate operation across districts and provinces within the Vietnamese Mekong Delta has been an important role. I think it's like exactly, as I just mentioned in the presentation, right, we lack the, effective or efficient coordination among different jurisdictions across, among different jurisdictions, like the sharing or, we kind of running kind of piloting program, but then, it seems that, this kind of very, I think it's just like initial stage of development. It seems that it's not very effective on the ground. In 2013, actually, there's a particular case. There's the two provinces of An Giang and Kinh Giang province. The government, they have opportunity under ZIZ. They had a chance to sit back and discuss, and they sign the collaboration agreement. They can sharing the water between the two provinces. For example, because before the formulation of this kind of agreement, when An Giang province they drain flood water down, and the drainage of flood water from An Giang province caused inundation for the last part of Kinh Giang province, inundating the last part of the rice producing areas, causing a lot of damages. So even following in the way of this kind of coordination, the problem has been solved. But we are expecting some more from other jurisdictions, not only An Giang and Kinh Giang provinces, but also other provinces that may come there to have a chance to sit back and discuss on that. But it seems that the coordination mechanism is not in place at the moment, and things they need to focus on to develop in the future.
Very nice. I see a hand from Dr. Ayan. Can you please state out your questions.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a very interesting paper. Yeah, I really love to, go through the presentation.
Thank you.
My only worry or, something like that is we have discussed on water retention and its implications to agricultural resilience. Yeah. But somehow, you mentioned a little bit in the presentation about the agricultural resilience. Yeah, it would be good if you give some, how these two issues are really linked and how it affects the long-term sustainability of the water resource use. And that is the key questions we are looking for. I'm sure you have some experiences. Could you please explain something on that?
Yes, thank you so much. That's the point I think that I missed from my presentation because because of the constraints, the time constraint, I can put everything into presentation, but I think it comes out as part of my paper. But I think is given the comments from Professor Vipala and also your comments, I think is that contribute to to the improvement of the quality of my papers a lot. In response to your particular question, I think is agricultural resilience is something that I took into. I think is water intention is one of the key issues that contribute to not only we try to store water in order to just only for the water for household consumption, like for the household to use water for bathing, for cooking or stuff. But I think is for other kind of irrigated crops, particularly rice production. You think that we now we are at the beginning of La Nina, for example, because we have the heavy rainfalls in so many places right at the moment. So, but I think we have a lot of rains now in the Mekong Delta. But I think that because we experience like intensive the national government they had the policy to like intensive rice production. And most of the places in the Mekong there has been designed, just building dikes or canal system for making it possible. The downside of this is the cause of water, pollution, contamination. And then, now we cannot, with the surface water, we cannot use it. And that's the reason why most people, especially for those, it's very evident that, people who live in the coastal zone, they dig and they pump, groundwater for their use. But for now, some people, some other household living in the flooding season, they still, they start pumping water from that, from underground water for their own consumption. Also, they use it for, stream farming. That's terrible, and now that's a big issue. And we have a lot of water, but the major part of the water cannot usable because of, the bad quality, because of pollution. So, with regards to how water is made available for agricultural production and resilience, I think that's important. Yeah, I think it's, that's the reason why, in the case of the coastal zone where the local government built the sluice gate system and they try to transform the river system into a reservoir, they also, devoted to make sure that, the local people can practice rice production and some other freshwater-based, production as well. Cash crops, local farmers can, grow different kinds of crops like, bananas or coconuts or rice, for example. But the key thing is the price market of this stuff, of these autocross community is very low and very unstable. So compared with those who practice shrimp, for example. So there's a lot of contestation going on between the state government and the local farmers in terms of how to harmonize the short-term profit versus the long-term, water management and sustainability of water management in the Mekong Delta, and where agriculture resilience is one of the key things that we have to take into consideration.
Thank you. I do see other hands raised, but I'm afraid we don't have a lot of time. Can you please send your question directly to Dr. Thong, the period? I have to move on to the next paper now. I sincerely apologize for this.
Maybe you can send your questions to maybe my email address, and I'm very happy to respond to that. Thank you so much for your interest.
Thank you, Dr. Thong, for
Thank
very
you so much.
interesting paper.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your comments. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I would now like to invite Dr. Wang Lin Ma, the Associate Professor, Department of Global Value Chains and Trade at Lincoln University, New Zealand, to present the paper on mechanization in land preparation and irrigation water productivity in the context of climate change, implications for sustainable rice production and food security. Please, you have 15 minutes. Please keep time as well, as we have many papers to go through. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nature. Can you see my screen?
Yes, very well.
Great. Good afternoon. You're welcome to this presentation. The topic of my presentation is mechanization in land preparation and irrigation water productivity in the context of climate change, implications from sustainable rice production and food security. This paper is co-authored with Junpeng, Hunyo, and Fong. So this is the structure of today's presentation. Enhancing food production, especially crop production, is one of the primary goals of the humankind, because water-intensive crop production consumes over 70% of global water withdrawal, and the demand for irrigation water for crop production has been projected to increase sharply in the next few decades. However, we live in the area of climate change. The drastic climate change is driving us to a hotter and more parched world, leaving crop production struggling with irrigation water scarcity. Global warming and frequent weather variability are two dominating dimensions of climate change that could trigger water scarcity. Climate change-induced water scarcity can lead to 30% or more loss in crop yield. So what we need in the fight for food security is to adopt an effective strategy to mitigate water scarcity. Therefore, improving irrigation water use efficiency by increasing agricultural production per unit of a volume of water consumption could be a practical strategy to elevate irrigation water scarcity. In other words, it's very important to increase the irrigation water productivity, which is measured by the crop output per unit volume of water consumed. From the literature, scholars have explored various effective pathways for improving agriculture water productivity. This include, for example, the adoption of improved irrigation techniques, adoption of water-saving farming practices, such as soil and water practices adopted in some African countries and other developing countries, and the adoption of improved crop varieties, which can help to save water as well. Land preparation is supposed to loom large over water scarcity in crop cultivation. This is because that land preparation practices such as deep tillage and harrow significantly increase the air permeability of the soil and accelerate the decomposition of soil organic matter, contributing to fertile soil development and crop root proliferation. And mechanized land preparation can help this procedure. relative to land preparation powered by humans and animals. Mechanized land preparation improves the crop targeted operations by controlling such as shallow tillage, stubble elimination, and harrowing precisely, making it more effective in increasing irrigation water productivity. As a result, crops can absorb irrigation water more efficiently. However, to date, there's no previous studies that has explored the associations between mechanized land preparation and irrigation water productivity. Therefore, the primary objective of this study is to investigate the association between mechanized land preparation adoption and irrigation water productivity in the context of rice production using the data collected from Jiangsu province of China. So we attempt to contribute to the literature from two aspects. Firstly, we provided the pioneering work to evaluate the impact of mechanized land preparation adoption on irrigation water productivity. And the second contribution is we employ the endogenous treatment regression model to address the endogeneity issue associated with mechanized land preparation adoption variable. So different approaches can be used to estimate the impact of mechanized land preparation on irrigation water productivity. This includes, for example, the non-parametric approaches such as the PSM model, IPW RA estimator, and AIPW estimator. These approaches have been widely used in the literature. However, for this non-parametric approach, they cannot capture the factors affecting irrigation water productivity. They also they fail to address the unobserved selection bias issue either. Therefore, this study employs the endogenous treatment regression model to address the observed and unobserved heterogeneities associated with mechanized land preparation adoption. And the model can also help to estimate the direct marginal effect of mechanized land preparation on irrigation water productivity. So mainly this model estimates two steps. The first step is adoption equation, which models farmers' decisions to adopt mechanized land preparation. And the second step is to estimate the impact of mechanized land preparation on irrigation water productivity. And these two equations are jointly estimated. And in the first stage, we need an instrumental variable for model identification because it's very hard for us to find a variable to serve as an instrumental variable from the available data. And finally, following the previous studies, we synthesized the IV representing the proportion of people using machines for rice land production preparation, excluding the respondent in the sample of a city to serve as a IV. The data used in our data are sourced from Jiangsu province targeted survey, so it's a open access data. Originally, the data set has 2,420 samples. And finally, after data cleaning, we have 595 samples left because we focus on rice production. Therefore, we exclude farmers who are producing other crops, and also we remove the samples with missing values in the key variables used in the present study. We focus on China because China is a very interesting case. For example, China has successfully fed the 18% of the global population using only 6% of global water resources. However, water scarcity is threatening the China's food security. Table 1 presents the variables used in the present study. As we can see that irrigation water productivity is measured by rice yield per unit of volume of irrigation water, and we control for individual and household level characteristics as control variables. And this table shows the main differences in the variables between the two groups of farmers, mechanized land preparation adopters and non-adopters. From the last column, we can see these two groups of farmers are systematically different in terms of observed characteristics, suggesting the presence of a selection bias issue, which cannot be ignored. So this table 3 presents the empirical results. So from the results, we can see that mechanized land preparation adoption can significantly increase irrigation water productivity. And mechanized land preparation adoption and the irrigation water productivity are also influenced by other control factors. Due to time limitation, I will not give detailed discussion here. But here at the bottom of this table, I want to emphasize that, yeah, I still have 4 minutes left from my system. Okay, thank you. This is a disaggregated analysis based on how farmers access mechanized land preparation. So from this result, we can see that how farmers access the machines have no difference in terms of irrigation water productivity. So farmers have different ways to access machines, such as self-owned machines, outsourcing machine services, or using both channels. And this last table of this study, we estimated the quantile regressions. So from the quantile regression results, we can see that the impact of mechanized land preparation adoption on irrigation water productivity are monotonically increasing across the selected quantiles, suggesting that farmers having the highest irrigation water productivity benefit more from the mechanized land preparation adoption. Okay, so that's all for the study. We found that mechanized land preparation adoption increase the irrigation water productivity, and how mechanized land preparation is accessed does not have an influence on the irrigation water productivity in rice production. And the IVQR model suggests that promotion of mechanized land preparation on irrigation water productivity increases monotonically per quantile. So based on the finding, we suggest that mechanized land preparation related trainings and education should be provided to the farmers to improve their adoption. And the government should further promote the organic soil restoration program to combat soil degradation in order to promote the sustainable rice production and ensure food security, because higher irrigation water productivity means a higher level of food security. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you very much, Ma, for your presentation and cooperation in the timekeeping. I am now happy to invite the paper discussion. Man Hongdu, PhD candidate for the Institute for Environmental Economics and World Trade, Leibniz University, Hanover, Germany. You have about 8 to 10 minutes for your time here.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ang. And could you see my screen and hear me clearly?
Yes, you're good to go, please.
Okay, great. Now I will start. Okay, hello everybody. My name is Meng Do. I'm a PhD student from Leibniz University Hannover in Germany. And now I will have a short discussion on Professor Ma's study on the mechanization in land preparation and irrigation water productivity in the context of climate change with implications for sustainable rice production and food security. Let's start with some highlights. These papers uprise the correlation between mechanized land preparation and irrigation water productivity. The data used, the paper used the data from the 2021 China Land Economic Survey, and the final sample consists of 595 rice producers in Jiangsu province. The paper used an endogenous treatment regressions to examine the correlation between mechanized land preparation and irrigation water productivity, and an instrumental variable-based quantile regression for disaggregated analysis. The result shows that mechanized land preparation has a positive correlation with irrigation water productivity, and farmers in the best quantiles of irrigation water productivity benefit the most from the application of mechanized land preparation. I find overall the research ideas of this paper is interesting and strongly fits the theme of this conference. The manuscript is really well written, and I must say that I enjoy reading it. The authors used sound and appropriate methods to address both the observable and unobservable endogenities in their models. The findings are significant for the dissemination of mechanized land preparation and the improvement of irrigation water productivity. There are just a few points. First, regarding the attrition of the sample, it appears to me that the reduced sample suffer a really high attrition rate. The authors mentioned that Jiangsu province is one of the leading rice producing areas in China. However, the original sample has about 38% of rice producing households, 909 out of 2,420 households. So I was just wondering if this percentage is representative and similar to the proportional share of rice growers in the whole province. Furthermore, the final reduced sample has about 25% observation of the original sample and about 66% of observation in the sample for rice growers. Perhaps the author should discuss a bit about the attrition rate and how this could affect the results. Secondly, with regard to the model specification, the authors included two variables which are potentially correlated with the other household characteristic, namely the household income and government planting subsidy. Household income is apparently correlated with, for example, the age of pets, gender, education, or the household size. The variable government planting subsidy is also potentially endogenous if the support is not random. For example, just a certain group of households could apply or receive it. So I would suggest the authors to address these problems. Next, the use of synthesized instrumental variable is appropriate. The authors also conducted several tests to validate the use of this IV. However, I would further suggest the author to conduct quality tests for the IV in the estimations, namely the under identification and weak identification tests, because the result of the one test of exogenity alone may not be enough. And there are two more minor points. First of all, the support of the proportion of mechanized areas and the total power of agricultural machinery are reversed in figure 2. Professor Ma didn't show the figure 2 here, just only in the manuscript. Secondly, I think that the explanation on how the endogeneity of mechanized land preparation was addressed in the instrumental variable-based quantile regression is not clear enough. So that's it all from my side, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your discussion. I see a hand now. Please go ahead. Do post your questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ma. I really enjoy your talk. This is really interesting. I just have a couple of quick questions. The first one is, how did you measure the volume of irrigated water? So this is my first question. And the second question is, I'm a little bit curious. So what kind of machinery are those rice farmers using to prepare their land? So maybe a little bit discussion about that. And the last one is, so when you calculate the water, the irrigation productivity, so what's the unit of this calculation? Is it at the plot level or at the farm level? And maybe I missed this during your presentation. I was wondering whether the characteristics of the plots are taken into account in your empirical specification. So those are my questions. Thank you very much. And this is really interesting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Please, Dr. Ma, you have a question from...
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Should I first respond to Professor Liu or Dr. Manhong? Because both of them have raised some questions.
If you can be succinct, straight to it, because we don't have a lot of time. Yes, please, you can.
Okay, yes, okay, so probably I can respond to Professor Liu's questions first. Okay, so how to measure the irrigation water productivity? And when we measure the variable, we combine the data, the open access data we use in this study, as well as the statistic data from China rural, because Junpeng measured it, and I'm not sure, but definitely we combine the data. So output, rice output divided by the water used per unit of the land. Yeah, okay, so this is the first one. For the second one, for example, the tractor is used to plow the land. So in the questionnaire, they did not clearly indicate which kind of tractors they use. They just ask a question whether you use machine to prepare the land. Yeah. Okay. For the third one is the water productivity is measured by like cubic meters. Square meters, cubic meters. Yeah, okay. So and also thank you very much for Man's question. Regarding the representative of the sample, because we use the second hand in this study, so that is samples we obtained. But from the literature, for some studies, they use around 400 or 405 samples from 3 provinces. So in this study, we used 595 samples from from 1 province. So we think such kind of a sample size is quite representative based on the way to use the samples in the literature. And the second one is indigeneity issues related to household income and government subsidies. And yeah, definitely we will test the indigeneity issue of these 2 variables and then decide whether we should include them in our model directly or address them first before we like to use the control function approach to address it and then include them. For the third one, identification of the instrumental variable. In our study, we mainly use the falsification test to test the validity and the efficiency of the instrumental variable. So definitely we can do additional analysis, such as using the under identification test and weak identification test to further check the validity and efficiency of the instrumental variable. And for your last question related to the endogeneity issue related to instrumental variable based quantity regression model. So in this one, this model can address the endogeneity issue directly by nature. So I have used this model in my other publications because this is just additional analysis. That's why we do not provide detailed discussion on this model because it's just for further understanding. So we just include one paragraph to improve our understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ma. I also do see another hand from Paris. Would you to briefly just say your question? Okay.
Yeah, the author actually mentioned that he's using propensity PSM method for matching, but what I'm seeing that in the mean difference table, table number 2, the regional mean difference that is significant and the standard deviation is high, and the soil fertility, lots of geospatial indicators. The difference is high and the significance is also high. So in case of PSM, there are lots of literature have been shown that in this type of cases, PSM will not be appropriate because within control variable sections. So if you match all those things and if you come into the propensity scores, the closer the propensity scores, they will unable to deflect like non-adapter and adapter. So how you manage these things, and have you shown any quality check of the matching? So that is my question.
Okay, thank you for your question. Probably you didn't follow me well. I mentioned that propensity score matching method can be potentially used, but I explained the reason why we didn't use the propensity score matching method, but use the endogenous treatment regression model. So in this study, the main model is the endogenous treatment regression model, not PSM. I just discussed why PSM is not used to support why I use endogenous treatment regression model. Yes, so I understand the drawback of the PSM. That's why it is not used in the present study. I just listed there to support my discussion and to highlight why that PSM is not used, but I used another model. Yeah, but anyway, thank you very much for your point.
Thank you very much to all the questions and to the discussion, but also to the paper presenter, Dr. Wang Lin Ma. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now move on to our following paper presentation. We will have Dr. Asha Busal, Senior Program Officer, Climate Change, Liebert, Nepal. So she will present a paper on evaluating solar-based irrigation's potential for climate change adaptation of smallholder farming in Nepal. Busal, you have 15 minutes for your presentation. Good, I can see your screen and the presentation. Please go ahead.
Just a few minutes. So sorry for technical disturbance. And, can you see my screen?
Very good. Yeah, your PowerPoint, and we can hear clearly as well. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Netra. And thank you so much, ADBI, for this opportunity to share our study findings in this conference. So the topic of our study is evaluating solar-based irrigation potential for climate change adaptation of smallholder farming in Nepal. Basically, we will be dealing with the solar-based irrigation system in terms of climate change adaptation. So when we talk about Nepal, we know Nepal falls in 10 most climate risk affected countries over the period, according to literature from Extend 2021. And when we talk about Nepal, we know Nepal is agriculture country, where 25.8% of annual GDP is contributed, and 60.4% of population is dependent on agriculture. But we see like agriculture is being one of the most climate vulnerable sector in the country. And when we talk about climatic risks, there are many climatic risks like flood, landslide, soil erosions, and many more. And we can see like drought has been one of the most severe climatic hazard in Nepal, and many lands has been left fallow, and cultivation has been restricted due to drought. And when we talk about drought, there needs some irrigation facilities for crop cultivation. And when we talk about irrigation facilities in Nepal, there is pumping of underground water for irrigation. And this is a common practice in Nepal, especially in the Tarai region of Nepal. And when we talk about pumping underground water, there comes a reason for using diesel pumps for uplifting the water. And we have rising cost of diesel and poor electricity facilities in rural areas. So that limits the irrigation for crop cultivation. So we have come to an intervention of solar-based irrigation system in Nepal, and we have referred to it as climate smart agriculture technologies. Though climate smart technologies refer for mitigation, adaptation, and food security, but we will be dealing here with adaptation, and whereby it reduces the water stress and somewhat contribute to reducing climate vulnerability. So the main objective of the study was to pilot the solar-based irrigation system and to document the changes that has been brought by this system, and to inform the policymakers, even from local to federal policymakers, to allocate the resources so that this system can come to the farming communities in the ground. And as I already mentioned, like solar-based irrigation system contributes to GHG emission reduction by substituting the diesel pump or diesel use, but the study does not quantify the mitigation benefits. So I also want to highlight is that the mitigation perspective, which is one of the co-benefit, is not the core objective of the study. So we will be more talking about adaptation measures with regards to solar-based irrigation system. So when we talk about study site, we cover different sites in Nepal from eastern to western part. So for western part, we have selected Bardia districts. For central, we have Nawalparasi, which is also known as Nawalpur in the change of federal system in Nepal. And in the eastern part, we have covered Mahottari districts. And we can see like these three districts are more prone to drought. Like Bardia is highly prone to droughts, Nawalparasi is
I think she might have some internet connection problem.
in case of and many more. But when we prioritize, we found the drought as one of the major climatic risks in these areas. So we focused all the interventions that could reduce the drought in these areas. Like we carried out different kinds of feasibility studies, what would work well, what would not. Then we formed a group, like we didn't carry out this intervention in an individual so we just form it as a group, and we just go for capacity building, social capital building, co-financing mechanism, which is one of the major thing we need to consider when we implement the intervention in the field. Then we installed it. Then what we found is that solar-based irrigation system was without the installation of battery system in Nepal. And during daytime, especially during the dry, hot areas, hot season, we felt a kind of important for water collection tank, because during daytime, as we put water, it will just dry out very easily. So we constructed different kinds of water collection tanks. And after water collection tanks also for efficient use of this water, because we are pumping from the underground. So we go for different kinds of water efficient technologies like drip irrigation, sprinkle irrigations, using the extension pipe for irrigating different kinds of fields. And we just analyze the cost benefit and finally go for document findings. And in the short term, what we found is there was a change in the cropping pattern. Similarly, with the cropping intensity also, there was change in crop diversity. People have started cultivating different kinds of crops due to availability of water. And there was a change in the crop production also, and even with crop productivity. And in longer term, because we have found 3 to 4 years, so in a longer term, we have found that there has been change in the nutrition and food security, even in the income, because those farming communities who used to buy vegetables from market before solar installation has now started selling the vegetables after consuming at home. So we can see a change in the agriculture income for these farmers, also farming communities, and we can see a good harmony among them. And definitely by documenting these findings, we hope that the policy will be supported with this finding. So this is a kind of framework or interventions which we carried out in this study. So regarding data collections, we have randomly selected 99 households from these sites, and we have prepared a questionnaire for these households, and we just did the face-to-face interviews with the head of the households. And we have also conducted 7 different focus group discussion with these farming communities to find the social harmony and even collaboration coordination perspectives too. For secondary data, we just review different literatures from government and non-government institutions, and the data were analyzed using our statistical package. So when coming to the result and discussion, we found that the major occupation for these sites were agriculture, and the farming community, especially, they were smallholder farmers, that is they have less than 0.5 hectare of land, and the household size was from 5 to 7, though the national average family size is 4.8 in Nepal. And we found different ethnic groups sharing their experience, sharing their ideas in this group. So they consist of Brahmin, Kshatriya, indigenous, and others also. And another thing what we found is the involvement, because we have formed water user group. So there has been a good involvement of women members in these irrigation groups. So we can see now the change in the cropping pattern also, because we have 2 cropping patterns in these sites, like upland and lowland. So upland is more focused in maize-based cropping system, and lowland is focused in rice-based. So in these districts, what we see is the maize-based cropping system has now changed to maize and followed by vegetables. Like first one is cole crops, followed by cocoa beans. And for rice, there used to be rice, wheat, followed by wheat cultivation before, and now they have changed to rice, wheat, and then after cocoa beans. So we can see the change, like from cereals to more a kind of grass crops like vegetables. So regarding the third change we have observed is the cropping intensity. We found different change, like there has been a significant change in the cropping intensity also. So in case of Mautari, we have found like change from 105 to 185%. For Bardia, there has been change from 157 to 199. And in Naulpur, there has been change from 200 to 213. So we can say like median cropping intensity before solar installation was 160, and now it has increased to 200. So when we talk about production due to availability of water through solar-based irrigation system, the median annual production has increased from 586 to 1499. So we can see like in Bardia, there has been change from 355 to 355 to 4,685 was before solar, and after solar installation, the production has increased from 615 to 7,165. So this has been the good change, like there has been good change in the production. So we can see a tremendous change in Mahottari districts. Like there used to be no production before solar installation in that area, but now they have a good margin of production from 313 kg to 11,700 kgs. So when we talk about number of crops, this has been also an exciting result for me. Like there has been change in crops per household. They have started cultivating different kinds of varieties, different kinds of diversity of vegetables has been seen due to solar.
You have 3 minutes left.
Thank you, madam. There has been change in the crops, like the field which used to be covered with dust, and depend upon the rainfall, they now have cultivated different kinds of vegetables all the year around. So when we talk about income, the production has changed and people have started cultivating different kinds of vegetables, and the income has changed. Like before, they used to consume within households, but now they have started consuming the vegetables, and they have started selling the vegetables which has remained from consuming in the households. So we can see a different good change here in case of Mahottari also, and slight change in Bardia and Naulpur. So when we talk about social capital, we can see a good change in the communication, like different ethnic groups has come together and they have started collective action, like even in case of construction of solar-based irrigation system, water collection tank, they have started coming into the group, and we have seen good cooperation, help, even with the group members. They have formed a good trust, solidarity, respect within the ethnic group also, because in one of the user group, the ethnic group, the indigenous ethnic group, one of the members is the chairperson. So this has led to a good harmony where they have shared their identity, norms, values among all the user groups. So I would like to say, like, solar-based irrigation system is one of the good approach of climate change adaptation, and it acts as an anchor technology also, because we are not installing only the solar, but we are just getting other accessories technologies like water collection tank is there, where then we thought of good use of water. So we install different kinds of water efficient technologies. We cultivated different drought tolerant varieties also. And when we talk about implementing the interventions in the field, the integral portion for ownership, the contribution from farming communities is very important. So when we talk about this contribution from the farming communities, we have 25% from there, both in case of cash and in kind. So in longer term, in policy implication, this, since solar-based irrigation system do require a good amount in case of initial installation. So focusing on different collaboration and coordination between government stakeholders and even with the financing institutions like cooperatives, banks, banking institution is very important for sustainability. And when we talk about policies, especially targeting the adaptation policies to support these technologies along with others, because installing only solar is not a good option. So we need to have other technologies also, like improving irrigation techniques, water saving technologies, and focusing on water saving crops, so as to create a win-win situation and increase the crop production, and so that we can build or contribute to a resilient community. So I would like to thank CGIAR program on climate change, agriculture, and food security for the funding, LIBOR for implementation of the program, and local government and private sector for the good coordination, collaboration, and definitely farming communities for the good support to implement these interventions. Thank you. I would like to conclude here and look forward for discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Busa, for your interesting papers presentation here. I would now like to invite Dr. Rosanne Gary, the research fellow from Nottingham Trent University in the UK. Yes, please.
Hi there. Can you
yours.
see my slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Hello,
keep
everyone.
To the time.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Please keep to the time of a minute.
I will do that. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'd like to start off by thanking Dr. Bushal for a great presentation and I had the opportunity to read the whole manuscript. So I'll spend the next 8 minutes or so giving a general summary of the paper and then also a few of my opinions on how the study, I think, could benefit from some additional analysis and explorations. Before I begin, I'd introduce myself shortly. My name is Roshan Adhikari and I'm a research fellow in applied economics and policy analysis at the Nottingham Business School here in Nottingham Trent. Research-wise, a large part of my work focuses on issues related to sustainable intensification of irrigation in South Asia. Particularly, I work in the Eastern Indo-Gangetic Plains of India and Nepal, so this paper is closely related to my own work. Moving to the paper, the basic summary of the paper, the goal of this paper is to assess the contributions of a solar irrigation system across 3 different districts in the Nepali Terai. The authors look at a pilot program in the districts of Bardia, Navalparasi, and Mahottari, and these sites make for appropriate places to run the pilot as they share common an unreliable supply of electricity and the use of diesel pumps for irrigation, which can be pretty expensive. And in addressing the efficacy of the pilot and improving livelihoods, the author focused on 3 main aspects of the project. The first one is they look at the changes catalyzed by solar irrigation in smallholder communities. Second, they look at years required to recoup the initial investment cost at your net present value. And third, they look at ways in which farmers, development actors, and other bodies can create favorable environments for solar-based irrigation in the region. So the authors use somewhat mixed methods analysis for this research. They combine insights from a quantitative Mann-Yu-Whitney test, which is a paired rank test, along with their qualitative findings from their semi-structured interviews to arrive at their results. The impacts that they find overall are pretty significant. They find that due to the introduction of solar technologies, the average impacts across 99 randomly selected households in the 3 districts in Nepali Terai over 3 years, I think it's 2016 to 2019, in agriculture, cropping intensity and median increased by somewhere between 160 and 200%. Annual production increased by 600 and 1,500 kilograms. Crops cultivated in medium 3 to 7, and median annual household income increases as well. The initial investments in solar are pretty high if you compare it to Nepal smallholder agriculture, farmers budget portfolio. It's around $9,000 to $10,000, but authors find that the rate of return is somewhere between 10 to 34%. Keep in mind that the financing structure contains a lot of subsidies and takes in, I think, 25% from the communities, but that is common with any project of this nature. So overall, the paper provides a novel insights into the impacts of the pilot solar study in 3 different districts. And it does so in really relevant locations in the country, 3 districts in the Terai where access to irrigation is crucial to supporting anti-poverty measures and food security. And in highlighting the impacts, the paper takes a pretty comprehensive view, going from the micro, that is the household level, to somewhat meso, that's the impacts in community as well. Next, I'm going to talk about some of the aspects in which I suggest there's some potential for some value to be added in the paper. So the first comment I've got on this paper relates to the study areas before and after the intervention. As in, there's area X, there's certain agricultural practices, irrigation methods happening there. There's livelihoods that are impacted, and there comes in intervention Y, which leads to changes in these agricultural practices, irrigation methods, and overall livelihoods. And while the paper highlights the changes brought out by the intervention, it gets slightly difficult to understand some of them because there's little information on how these regions are before the intervention. But fortunately, I think that it's just a matter of including some more information, perhaps just a couple paragraphs or 2 on how things used to be in 2016. I'm thinking, a representative farmer in St. Navalparasi, what are they growing? How often they're irrigating? Was it all diesel pumps? what is the societal structure of organized groups here, things of that nature. Another comment, and again, this is a matter of adding to the paper rather than anything to do with the study, is references to the larger literature on solar irrigation, not just generally across the world, but specifically in this region, as I do believe there's unique challenges and opportunities of implementing solar in this specific region. I think references to what has been found before, what has worked, what has not worked, if the findings from this study are similar to those from the previous ones, if there's any stark differences, that would really put the paper in, give more context to the paper, and I think it also be resourceful to other scholars in the field like myself in getting a complete picture of solar irrigation impacts and add some value to the paper. My third comment relates to the general methods used in the analysis. The authors focus on quantitative, tangible measures when they look at impacts, as Dr. Bushal just showed, right? The primary methods they employ to do so is a Mann-Whitney U-test. I can understand some of the limitations with a sample size of 99 when you're conducting impact analysis like this. And I'll admit, although I've used similar tests in the past, this isn't my primary expertise. However, if there are some other tests that can be used to sort of confirm the finding, then I think that would add to the robustness and validity of impacts as well. On a related note, I think the authors rely on qualitative findings a little bit. For instance, when they're talking about water user groups and the gendered impacts of solar adoption, but including more results from the semi-structured interviews wherever they're relevant might help strengthen the case for some of the results in the paper as well. And comment to my last major comment relates to the heterogeneity and impacts across villages and districts. And I think one of the main findings that has come out of work done by colleagues, other colleagues studying solar irrigation, some studies by the National Water Management Institute come to mind, in Nepal specifically, is the heterogeneity and who benefits from solar irrigation and how heterogeneous these impacts are. And I think that is true in the findings of this study as well. I just think this should be, they could be unpacked a little better. One example is the district of Navalpur there, where we see little changes in cropping intensity, production, and income, despite the largest changes in crops per household. And unpacking that a little bit as to why these impacts are heterogeneous would also benefit the paper, I guess. Some minor comments to wrap up. That the authors might want to address if they choose to do so is the first one is just a matter of clarification. Solar adoption leads to 31% of the land being irrigated. Clarification what the other forms of irrigation here could be useful. I'm assuming it's mostly diesel and things like land fragmentation does not lead to what you might call full adoption, but some clarification here would be useful. Second point here is looking at agricultural incomes as one way to assess impact, but I think another major driving mechanism here is through irrigation costs. When we're comparing, for instance, a diesel pump set running that takes 1 liter of diesel per hour with that assumption, a random assumption, that adds up to quite a lot. And if you contrast that with solar, where the authors find that the annual maintenance cost is just around 3,000 rupees, that's really low, right? So I think looking into this would outline another mechanism of impacts as well. Lastly, little impacts on village on Navalpur. This relates to the heterogeneity and impacts that I just talked about in the last slide as well. And the impacts in Navalpur, or the lack thereof, unpacking this a bit could benefit the paper as well. So those are my comments upon a read of the paper. I hope some of that is helpful. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you very much
Thank you so much.
full comment. Bushal, would you like to respond, or would you like to collect a further question first? If you,
I think I would go for other questions and then respond.
Yes, I think so too. Okay, we have a hand raised here. Paria, please go ahead. And also,
I have a questions like you mentioned that crop diversification. So how you measure it first? And then the direction of the diversifications, like the land previously allocated, what I see, like the crop, mostly the area under mustard, that are actually right now are converted into vegetable lands. And also you mentioned like the mustards and lentil, this type of crops actually are low water intensive, and then again it's converted into the vegetables. So most of the time vegetable are actually more water consuming than mustard and lentils. Also literature has already published on that. And you mentioned that because of this irrigation structure, people are moving from low water consuming crop to high water consuming crop to low water consuming crop. That is the first questions. And then and how you measure nutritional security and food security. In your outcome sections, you mentioned that there is a significant outcome you got that in food security and nutritional security. And have you measured irrigation intensity? That are the thing. Thank you.
Would you like to respond, Busan? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Adhikari for a wonderful sum up of these findings. So I think I would go for incorporating all these things in the paper. So I would like to thank Dr. Adhikari once again. And regarding questions from Dr. Bidur, of how we can
Yeah, her internet.
I think we should move on, Dr. Netra, because
Okay.
maybe like we don't know when she'll be able to reconnect.
diversification. And when
she's
we
here.
You were frozen a while ago, so
Yeah, maybe you may turn off your video to improve the internet connection.
I'm sorry for technical disturbance. I would like to continue. Okay. Yes, sure, madam. So when we talk about mustard and going low water consuming crops to high water consuming crops, this has lead like you are right, because we have cultivated different vegetables. But what we have done is we have prioritized different water saving technologies like drip irrigations and even other technologies also. And when we talk about irrigating these plants, we have just constructed different kinds of extension pipes so that the water will be used minimal to these fields. So we have just prioritized water saving technologies in case of these interventions for vegetables. And another thing is the nutritional and food security. We can say like for nutritional security, what we have done is the people or the farming communities who used to grow these kinds of crops like cereals before, depending on the rain, and now they have shifted to vegetable cultivation, and they can even consume these vegetables freshly. Just they can go to their field and come back, and they have they can feed their family also. So we have measured these kinds of aspects from nutritional and food security in this way. So I think I address your questions, and if you have any more questions, I would be more happy to respond through emails also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both the paper presenter, Asha, Busal, and discussant, Rushan, for these very interesting conversations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I would now like to go to our final papers for this session, which will be presented by, okay, Roshan Ahikari. He will present a paper on irrigation cost heterogeneity and impacts on farm productivity, empirical evidence from rice wheat cropping system in Nepal. That's a nice continuity of the previous presentation. You have 15 minutes, Roshan, for your presentation. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it works out well because I'm in the UK and it's early morning. But yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm going to provide a brief summary of my work from our project in Nepal on irrigation cost heterogeneity and impacts on farm productivity. In line of introduction, just to be redundant, my name is Roshan Adhikari, Research Fellow in Applied Economics and Policy at the Nottingham Business School here in Nottingham Trent. Research-wise, like I mentioned earlier, a large part of my work focuses on issues related to sustainable intensification of irrigation in South Asia, particularly the Eastern Indo-Gangetic Plains of India and Nepal, and that is where this paper fits in. Although I'm presenting this work here, I'd like to acknowledge acknowledge and thank my project partners and co-authors from the University of Manchester and the National Wheat and Maize Research Center, CIMMYT. Their names are on the slide as well. So I'd like to motivate this work by giving you a brief background on the study area. We carried out this work in 2 different districts in the Eastern Indo-Gangetic Plains, and that region covers southern Nepal and east of India. And in terms of characterizing the location, the first map is helpful, but in terms of climate and agriculture of the region, perhaps the second map is more helpful. You've got Nepal in the middle of India and China. There's mountains in the north of Nepal, and then the rivers flow southward from there. And access to irrigation plays a critical role in supporting food security, rural livelihoods, and economic development for millions of resource-poor households in the region. Investments in agricultural water management, be that through irrigation dams or groundwater irrigation infrastructure, they're key foundations for achieving the sustainable development goals of eradicating chronic poverty and hunger. Those are the first and second sustainable goals in this region, because majority of the rural poor here depend directly or indirectly on agriculture for nutrition and income. And groundwater resources in the Eastern and the Gangetic Plains in Nepal and Eastern India are comparatively underutilized. The extraction rates, if you look at them, there's only a fraction of the estimated development potential. And one of the reasons for this is costs. So before diving into the study in pump sets, for this crowd who's so familiar with water, this might be redundant, but briefly how irrigation works in this region. Water used for irrigation is almost exclusively groundwater. How the groundwater systems work is on your left of the screen, you've got an image of a machine digging a bore well. So you use a machine, dig a bore well, and that's how you get the source of water. Then what you do is use one of these pump sets on the right. They're mostly diesel in our study area. They can be solar and electric, like we saw a study just now, and that is how you extract the water from the bore well, and then you use pipes to transfer the water to your field. And you'll find anywhere between 10 to 30 to 40 farmers sharing a bore well, whereas for the pump set, you either need to own it or you rent it from the farmer. So how we got motivated for the study is, during a scoping trip to Nepal in 2018, we're having conversations with the farmers and also the local government officials, and the farmers stated that the pump sets were expensive, the cheaper pump sets are unreliable, and third, those farmers who didn't own their pump sets, the rental costs were too high. Whereas the local government officials and other decision makers were working on expanding access to irrigation by primarily subsidizing the bore well costs. I'll note that in the larger region, there have been efforts to promote other cost decreasing mechanisms like solar, but in the region that we studied, then expansion of irrigation through bore well subsidy was the primary priority. So those are somewhat of a rift in the interventions farmers stated that they needed, which is pump set ownership and operation costs, and the priorities and the plans, by the decision makers, which is subsidizing digging of bore wells and expanding irrigation. Another thing we found was irrigation costs were really heterogeneous. The cost to irrigate 1 hectare of land in the region, from our data, we find it's average around $28, but it ranges from $4 to over $100. So we started with a couple of basic questions: what are the underlying causes of heterogeneity, and how much do pump set costs add to this heterogeneity? So to stress the importance of the heterogeneity in irrigation costs, where we're talking about pump sets, the role of pump set play, this image does a good job. I think the quality slightly, this might apologize, but this is anywhere between 1,500 and 5,000 pumps in the region, and you can see southern Nepal there as well. So there's a lot of pump sets, just to highlight that. So again, in the broader picture in this project, we're looking at how we can make irrigation more cost effective for farmers. In this specific paper, we're looking at 2 different questions. First, we want to analyze the drivers of heterogeneity in irrigation costs across farms and see how these irrigation cost heterogeneities affect agricultural practices. And second, we want to look at the impacts of pump set ownership, which we hypothesize is one of the major drivers of costs. So what is the impacts of pump set ownership on farm productivity and profitability? Our data comes from 2 villages, Rupandi and Kapilvastu, from the eastern Indo-Gangetic Plains, specifically the Midwestern Tarai region of Nepal. We administered the survey in 2019. Our survey instrument included a household questionnaire, and we had several modules to solicit information from households. There's an irrigation module, an agriculture module, and a general household module to dive into some of the socioeconomic demographic characteristics as well. And to supplement information from the survey, we also conducted sets of semi-structured interviews with government officials, pump set dealers, and pump set repairmen around these villages, also known as, the common term is mistris, who were dealing with repairing these pump sets and also giving some advice on purchasing of pump sets. And in order to look at the impacts of pump set ownership on farm productivity and profitability, we use an endogenous switching regression method. In this method, we assume that the adoption, in this case, the purchase of a pump set, is a binary choice, where if a pump set is purchased, but the net benefit of adopting or purchasing a pump set is greater than not purchasing it. And the difference between net benefit from purchase and not purchasing it can be denoted by Y star in this equation, where Y star greater than 0 indicating net benefit from purchase exceeding that of not purchasing it. Beta is a vector of parameters to be estimated. X here is a vector of farm, household, operator, other characteristics that we collect in the survey data that determine the purchase of pump set. Epsilon there is an error term assumed to be normally distributed. One of the problems we face here is that the decision of a farmer to purchase a pump set may not be exogenous because the purchase decision is voluntary. Smallholders may self-select. What that means is smallholders adopting or purchasing a pump set may be systematically different from those who are not purchasing it. And these are unobservable characteristics of farming households and their farms. These influence the adoption decision, and these can lead to inconsistent estimates. And in this situation, OLS will, ordinary least regression will yield biased results. So in order to control for selection bias, and these inconsistent estimates, we use a simultaneous equation model of adoption of pump set and yield using the endogenous switching regression methods. And this method consists of 2 steps. The first step is a selection equation. It's your binary choice function. Smallholder in the first step decides whether or not to purchase a pump set based on the available resources and management options available to them. And in the second step, we specify 2 different equations explaining the outcome of interest. And we look at 3 different outcomes of interest in our study: agricultural yields, costs, and profitability. And for this model to be identified, the endogenous switching regression, in the first stage, we need an exclusion restriction or an instrument. We need to specify one that is correlated with pump set ownership, but not correlated with, not necessarily correlated with the outcome variables. Again, yields, costs, and profit. And the instrument affects the outcome variables only through pump set ownership, right? So in this study, we use the number of years of pump set ownership in the village defined by the age of the oldest pump set in the village. And we use that as our instrument. The argument here is that the time since the introduction of pump sets in a village affects the availability of pump sets in the local rental market, and defines the local pump set rental market and farmer decision to purchase pump sets. But the age of the oldest pump set in the village is unlikely to have a direct relationship with agricultural productivity, costs, profits of individual farmers without pump set ownership. So to establish the admissibility of the instrument, we perform falsification tests. All that is in the paper. And using this framework and an instrument, we use the ESR model to address the problem of endogeneity by estimating the selection equation and the outcome equation simultaneously. So under the set of assumptions that I mentioned in the previous slides, we can use the ESR model to compare the expected outcome variables, yields, costs, and profits for pump set buyers and renters, and look at the expected outcomes in hypothetical counterfactual cases where the pump set owners, had they not bought pump sets, what would happen, and the pump set non-buyers, if they had purchased pump sets, what would happen. Specifically, the 4 conditional expectation functions are in the slide there. And the difference between these equations is what gives us our treatment effect. So the average treatment effect on the treated is the difference in productivity or profitability of pump set owners had they rented pump sets. And this is defined as the difference shown in the slide. In contrast, the average treatment effect on the untreated, which is the difference between observed outcome variables of non-adopters and their outcomes had they adopted pump sets. And that is there in the slide as well. So I'll start off by giving a summary stats table, and this is just to show you what the sample looks like, and specifically that when we're talking about pump set owners versus renters, there's a significant difference between them in that if you look at the table, pump set owners are likely to have older household heads. They've got more males as household heads. They generally have larger family sizes. they have higher incomes, and they also spend a lot more on agricultural inputs as well. So we see pretty significant differences across these two strata. So to answer the first question that I outlined earlier, what are the drivers of heterogeneity in costs? We rely on descriptive stats from the survey data. I'll just show one of the drivers here as, I've got 15 minutes to wrap everything up. So in this graph, you can see that the time to irrigate the main plot in hours per hectare for rice growers in our sample. These, as you can see, vary from somewhere around 4 hours to almost 60 hours. This is the time to irrigate the main plot, right? So this indicates considerable heterogeneity in hours to irrigate main plot. So the basic takeaway being when it's taking you longer to irrigate, it costs more. So how does the heterogeneity in costs affect irrigation behavior? Well, again, one way in which this linkage manifests is the frequency of irrigation. In the first graph here, you can see an inverse relationship. Y-axis is irrigation costs, x-axis is frequency of irrigation. But I've divided that graph into pump set owners and renters in the second graph. In the second graph, you can see irrigation costs on the y-axis again, and you can see that the irrigation costs are much higher for pump set renters compared to pump set owners. So next, we look at whether owning a pump set, which is what is driving a lot of this cost heterogeneity, impacts farm production and profits. And these are the results from the endogenous switching regression analysis. So I've included the results for rice here. We find similar results for wheat as well. So we find significant impacts of pump set ownership on agriculture yields, costs, and profits. If you look at rice yields, the treatment effects of pump set ownership for irrigation has a positive and significant impacts, 1.19 tons per hectare. In other words, if pump set owners had not purchased pump sets, their rice yields could decrease by 37%, whereas if renters had purchase pump sets, conversely, the rice yields could increase by 18%. That is equivalent to 0.72 tons per hectare. If you look at the cost of production and profits, the treatment effects also show significant results, significant advantages of pump set ownership here. Pump set ownership for rice irrigation leads to reductions in irrigation costs of 12,000 Nepali rupees. That's close to $100, which is around 72% decrease in irrigation costs. And you can find similar results for profit as well, significant all across the way treatment effect on the total variable cost of rice production, a decrease in 7% of the cost as well, and which leads to 94% increase in net profits. So key recommendations coming out of this study in this paper specifically is that earlier I'd mentioned that support for farmers in the villages that we studied was, when we looked at it, was primarily borewell expansion, expanding access to irrigation. But we think that if there were some support for pump set purchase and maintenance, in addition to support for irrigation expansion and borewell drilling, that would be beneficial for farmers. The second one is looking at the heterogeneity pump set rental costs. A lot of it we find in villages, the range is really high. So if there were some competitive markets for irrigation service provision, I know some other places have tried this before, specifically Bangladesh, which shares a lot of similarity with the regions that we're studying. This sort of service provision for farmers who lack capital to purchase these pump sets themselves would be beneficial as well. And finally, moving from we just looked at the great benefits of solar. We're moving to diesel pump set irrigation systems here, and we don't see these two as mutually exclusive policy options until alternative renewable-based pumping technologies can be implemented in these villages, maybe in the short term, decreasing some of these costs, and in the longer term, looking at transitions to alternative renewable-based pumping technologies should be complementary rather than mutually exclusive policy options. And there is an argument also that if farm incomes were to increase in the shorter run, perhaps that would make the transition towards these slightly expensive alternative renewable-based pumping technologies slightly easier as well. So that is all I have. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kushan, for straight on time. I would like now to invite Dr. Chang Peng Lee.
Okay.
At the School of Economics and Management, more university in China to discuss the paper. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I start to share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, that's better.
Okay.
Make it a full screen, maybe. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Roshan. Thank you for your presentation, and it's a great pleasure to review such interesting study. And as we can see, this is a very interesting study on the relationship between irrigation facility ownership and farm productivity in Nepal. And I also did some research on the irrigation and the farm agriculture production, and I share some opinions and on the importance of irrigation in increasing agricultural production, alleviating poverty and I think this study inspired me a lot. And the present study can be summarized as follows. This study uses household survey data collected from Nepal to investigate the impact of a pump set ownership on farm productivity. An endogenous switching regression model is utilized to address the selection bias induced by observed and unobserved endogeneity issues. The empirical results reveal that pump set ownership can significantly increase farm productivity in terms of reducing irrigation cost and the total variable cost, and increasing rice yield and profits. Moreover, the empirical result also suggests that pump set ownership is positively and significantly associated with farm size, number of household members working on farm, wealth index, and irrigation frequency. Although the present study, provide us some unique insights into the relationship between irrigation facility ownership and farm productivity. Some efforts need to be made to improve the quality of the present study. First, so I provide some comments and suggestions for your study. And the first is for the treatment variable. The present study measures the treatment variable as a dummy. That is, the value of 1 is taken if the respondent owns a pump set, and the value of 0 is taken if the respondent rents pump set from others for irrigation. So I'd like to ask, are there farmers, neither pump set owners or renters? In other words, as we all know, some farmers may irrigate their crops without using pump set. If this is the case, the author should define the treatment variable as the triadic variable. Correspondingly, the empirical model should be the multinomial endogenous switching regression model. Second is for the instrumental variable. The present study uses number of years of pump set ownership in the village, defined by the age of the oldest pump set available in the village as the instrumental variable. The author, firstly, I think the author should discuss the correlation between the RV and the pump set ownership in detail to convince the utility of the RV. Second, in my own view, the selected RV maybe cannot satisfy the exogenity assumption. Theoretically, the pump set ownership in the village can also influence the rice yield, irrigation cost, and the profits of farmers in the village. Moreover, the study verified the RV using a falsification test. However, the estimates of the falsification test maybe cannot confirm the validity of the selected RV for two main reasons. First, it only focuses on the pump set renters. I suggest the author to conduct the falsification test on the whole sample. Second, the impact of RV on total variable cost from pump set renters is statistically significant. Like this here, the impact of number of years of irrigation pumps on the total variable cost for pump set renters is negative and significant. This finding suggests that RV is correlated with one of your outcome variables. And third is for the empirical result. Since the ESR model is the primary empirical strategy for this study, the author should devote more words to discuss the empirical result that is illustrated in the section 5.5, derived from the ESR model. More specifically, the author should to compare the differences in the impact of a specific variable on outcomes between pump set owners and the renters. Then the present study should interpret the method used in the section 5.3. If the result or values in the section 5.3 were obtained without controlling the impact of multiple factors, then the three indicators discussed in this section, that is the ownership of pump set, fuel efficiency of pump set, and time required to irrigate plots cannot be concluded as the drivers of variability in irrigation access cost. Moreover, since the rice yield and wheat yield are not regressed in a logarithmic form, the impact of pump set ownership on them cannot be interpreted as growth ratios, just like you interpreted and discussed in here. For example, 1% increase in fertilizer increases the rice and the wheat yield by 17% and 19% respectively. And there are also some other suggestions. First, also should better to tell readers the process that how the data is cleaned, that is, for what reason and how many observations were dropped. And the second, the potential pathways through which pump set ownership affect farm productivity should be discussed in detail. The author is suggested to give a specific discussion in the section of conceptual framework. Okay, that's all my comments and suggestions. I hope this could be helpful for you to improve your study. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. Roshan, would you like to have any quick response to the observation provided by the discussion?
Yeah, no, I'd like to thank you. All of them were really great suggestions, and I've noted all of them. And thank you so much for putting in all the effort. Really, really useful. Just quickly to respond to some of the comments regarding, multinomial endogenous switching regression, the triadic variable. All the farmers in our sample are either pump set owners or renters because there's no surface water irrigation. We selected the villages based on that. The things related to the IV, any sort of instrumental variable. Thank you for bringing that up. We are aware of some of the drawbacks of this, but we will run the tests, not just on pump set renters, and conduct falsification tests for overall as well. But as we're all aware, a perfect IV is hard to find. So IV on the total variable cost, the statistical significance, we are aware, but we're hoping that, given everything else, the results would stand some of the times of robustness there. And the final comment was really useful as well. I think we need to do slightly a better job on differentiating what results came out of the endogenous switching regression analysis and what are just descriptive statistics. And I will work more on the interpretation of those as well. But overall, I'd like to thank Dr. Lee very much for all the comments. Very, very useful.
Yes, that's great. We also have one question in the Q&A. John,
Sure.
Time taken to irrigate crops, is it season specific?
Season specific, I would say yes. If time taken to irrigate the crops, this again is this is a farmer recall value of time taken to irrigate crops. So we asked them in 2019 for the rice season and the wheat season. Those are the two distinct ones. So most of the results I've shown you here are just for rice growers in our sample. So I would say it's season is specific. Yeah.
Good. Man, you have raised hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Adhikari, for your presentation. It's really nice and comprehensive. I have one question. I could see on the map that there are some differences in the distribution of pumps. Did you take into account the unabsorbed heterogeneity, like the amplitude of the land loss, or in your model?
So again, that relates back to the data that we were, is available to us. This is a household survey of around 400 households in 2 villages. They're not that much far apart in the region of Nepal. We did ask basic questions in terms of, is it low slope, high slope, those sort of land, but we didn't find too many differences across the entire sample. So that is something that is not explicitly included in the model.
Okay, yeah. Even that, I think some unabsorbed heterogeneity may be a problem because it is omission variable, and you should take that into account. And I could see that the set of explanatory variables, some of them may be potentially endogenous. For example, the income from non-farm activities. And be careful with that, with the selection of the independent variables. And I also agree with Dr. Lee that the IV is not truly exogenous, and you should have several tests like the falsification test and also additional estimation to check if the IV is actually not correlated with the outcome variable. And also from some tests like weak identification and under identification test for the IV. Yeah, thank you so much.
No, thank you for that. Yeah. After the discussion comments in this, that is something we'll definitely look into. Thank you, very useful.
Rushan, there also is another question here. Are there any control variables that consider adoption technology and the education level? For example, the farm productivity, what's the reason? Yeah.
So are there, give me just a sec.
And one more raised hand as well. Maybe we can kind of blend both of these questions. Haria, can you now question to Rushan so that he can address both at the same time before I wrap up the session today? I think time's already up. Haria, please.
Thank you very much. Can you listen me?
Yes.
Okay. My question is very simple. I do not belong to agriculture economics, but my question is that while we talk about the productivity of the farmers in this research, for example, we are talking about irrigation and farms productivity. So were there some controls from some other types of variables, such as the adoption capacity of technology of those farmers, and then at the basic level of education of those farmers in your estimations? And another is that why you choose only rice and wheat? So is there any specific reason for choosing only rice and wheat on those types of field surveys? So is there any reason? Thank you.
Yeah, to answer the first question, control variables that look at the education level of farmers. Yeah, we do include the education level of the head of household. We don't have information on, everyone's education in the household, but that is due to survey time limitations, but we do control for the education level of households. The reason behind choosing rice and wheat only, our assumption there was we wanted to look at, we look at rice and wheat on the largest plot, because it is the most commonly grown crops there, the rice wheat rotation in the villages that we're studying, that is most common for all farmers. And that is also where majority of their irrigation costs are going. If you look at the agricultural cost portfolio, and that also makes, looking at a set of regressions for rice and a set of regressions for wheat, that makes everything sort of comparable, uniform. So because it is the highest expensive irrigation going in and the most commonly grown rotation, that's the reason we picked those two.
Okay, very good. I'm not sure whether we have time for more questions. I'm sure your paper is quite rich and interesting. I hope our colleagues here will take up the opportunity to interact and help each other out, I think, to make the paper even stronger. So thank you so much, Rushan, for this paper.
Thank you. It's been really useful. Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you. So I now would like to move to the final session of today. I would like to invite would dear Rahul be wrapping up the day session. For me, it has been quite a learning session, sharing these 4 interesting high quality papers. And I wish all the paper presenters the best in making the paper through to the final round of publication in the journal. So I'm looking forward to reading those papers. So thank you very much for having me and all the best wishes. So back to you, Dr. Dear Rahul.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Netra. We really appreciate the time that you have given us and also moderating the session so nicely and also providing your views on these papers. It was very useful, and despite your busy schedule, you found time for us, so we really appreciate. And I would also like to thank all the presenters who made their presentations today, as well as the discussion today from the morning session as well as in the afternoon session. There were very, very interesting paper and very, very challenging discussions. I would say that that everyone provided very informative comments. I think that's very useful. I think most of the comments that our colleagues provided were very genuine, very useful, and the paper are many of these paper are under review, and we hope to receive comments, very good comments, and very. We had sent to different reviewers, and we expect to receive very honest feedback that will help us to improve the quality of the paper, and also contributing to the policymaker. At the end of the day, when we do this conference, we write paper. We really want that paper should make some policy change. It should have an impact. We don't write paper just for the sake of writing, because we want to bring about the change. We want to bring about the transformations. As you know, water is a very important issue. Water is not free resources as we used to think. It's getting scarce. Water is being the quality also is diminishing. Quantity is also diminishing. Even in our lifetime, I'm sure we'll face severe challenges in meeting the requirement for water. And moving forward is going to be even more difficult with climate change, with environmental degradations, rising populations, and also changing dietary patterns would put lots of pressure on water. So young researchers who are here should put in time, energy, and resources to see how we can help growing populations face the challenges that's being posed through by climate change on water resources. So that's something that we have to keep in mind. Let's all of us work with dedications, so that we hand over a planet that's beautiful to the generations that's going to come. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone from my heart. And Dr. Netra, thank you so much. Thanks to everyone, much appreciated. And we would like to give a big hand to Dr. Netra and everyone. Thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you very much.